Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Oh boy. I am late, as always, because I elect to make comments and things like that on YouTube and try to keep up with forums I'm already involved with. Oh boy. I cool. Sound check good. We live streaming, baby. Alright, today we're gonna do more killer ideas. Unfortunately, I haven't went through and checked to see if there are any type of alternative killers, so it's kind of a moment. What I am gonna do is name the stream for now, and I'll just go over a couple of things. So, I have a question for anybody that sees this. How would you like the alternative killer system to be implemented? How do I? Okay, it's not letting me. Would you like it implemented how I talk about? And bro, for anybody, do I have to go here to do this? I do. Will it have to be, or can it be? Would it be better implemented how I want it implemented, and just have tokens, like offering tokens, appear on the blood web of specific killers? Like if it's going to be a Freddy alternative killer, that specific alternative killer will spawn in the actual Freddy character. So I mean, my way, yes, you would have to own Freddy to use the alternative version of the killer, which I mean, in my mind, makes sense. You shouldn't be able to get just a free killer essentially that's somebody else's work, and and it not be behind some sort of paywall. However, doing things like that, if behavior does pay people for every concept, or every not concept, creation. I think I spelled character wrong. I don't know. We're gonna leave it at character reviews. Good enough. Dead by Daylight elects to pay, or why do I keep saying Dead by Daylight? If behavior elects to pay every single person for their creation of you, this allows them to, I don't know, increase the price of Freddy, let's say, by 10 cents, 50 cents, a dollar, probably a dollar tops, and allow you to get access to new content. They can also make it a sub-purchase if it's not contractual between them two. Just make it a sub-purchase or something like that while inside of Freddy to unlock that specific system. They can also sell all of the alternative killers in a separate package, and you just have to have the corresponding character to use them. Sell the whole pack for however much money they need, and a little bit more for per character that they're adding in. And there you go. Behavior makes money off of incorporating the characters in, and then the creators of the actual characters get a very small amount of money per downloaded package. Doing it that way, however, it's going to be a fairly huge bill. You're looking at like $20 or $30, because it's going to be a lot of killers added in, and each one's going to get like, 5 or 10 cents per download of the pack, and behavior's going to get the rest of the money to pay for their people to incorporate, all of that into their game. So I mean, it's gonna be really expensive if you incorporate them all together in one pack. That's why I figured it'd be cheaper. Just if you own Freddy, you have the option to buy the ability to get this alternative killer, or if the person signs off and gives up their rights to their creator and it makes it just free, they can just incorporate it into the bundle with Freddy, and you get the totem tokens. Another person suggested something else to me, and I actually have to think about what they said, because I don't remember exactly. Oh, I remember now. They just want basically just a gigantic mosh pit of characters. They want let's say, I don't know, alternative killers is the category. So when you're looking through killers and things like that, you'll have a default portrait of a killer that says alternative killers, and the portrait might just shift through a whole bunch of different things, you know, just the default image. And when you click on it, it just has a whole bunch of different just creations, you know. It can be linked to workshop, it can be linked to anything. And if you elect to click on that, which you know you'd have to pay for obviously, you can then go through all of these different alternative killers and you can pick one. What the same person also said, you could also make it just random. You click it, it spins it randomly, and then it gives you a random alternative killer, and then you just run with it. The way that would be incorporated is while you're playing the game with any killer or any bot killer, depending on if behavior wants to jump in for more money and all of that, you still go default back to my token system. On some of the blood webs, you'll see tokens, things like that. They only appear on max prestige, though, so you'll have to prestige your killer and all of that to get to the max and get to level 50. Afterwards, they'll occasionally pop in, and as you grab them, it's just a token to basically roll the RNG machine to get a random alternative killer. And if they continue to elaborate and expand farther and farther and farther and farther on, this could be an actual amazing idea, especially if they do some games do. They open up the workshop to people, but they open it up to only approved items get incorporated into the game. So on the workshop, you'll see a whole bunch of, you know, client-side things that you can add in, you know, cosmetic changes to the UI, things that aren't game-breaking, and then things that'll actually affect multiplayer play, like killers and things like that, will already be incorporated into the base game. And then any type of workshop add-ons and things like that, they can release creations that they themselves approve, excuse me, monthly or bi-monthly or bi-yearly or something like that, you know. Every month they introduce a new killer, so you'll have to update your game, you know, every month. Or they can, you know, cycle killers out. Have a base of like 20 additional killers, add it to the game, and then cycle them out with 20 more killers each month, and then cycle them out, and cycle them out, and just have a mishmash of RNG and cycling. So when you use your totem, you know, it's literally just, to the best of their ability, random. Which adds a nice type of loot box system without actually making it you have to pay a lot of money to get something. So it's like a pseudo free loot box almost. You'll just have to make the original purchase of any other additional character to access that feature, or pay for the RNG system yourself. Something along those lines. It just allows them to, I won't say potentially forever, but it allows them to keep adding content in very often and keep their players and all of that, satisfied, and takes a little bit of pressure from meta killers. You'll see meta killers more along the lines of, and low ranks and things like that, because, that's their main. But it also gives them the ability to just have fun, relax, play a killer you've never played or seen before, try to figure out, what they do, and then try to win a game with it. Then on top of that, you can do a random survivor thing afterwards, and you can use those two incorporations to extend this game out easily another 2 years. And there's enough content just on the forum to extend that out in easy 2 years. With different perks, I mean, the perks and stuff are going to have to rebalance and things like that. So it is going to take some time for them to approve everything. Don't get me wrong, it's not going to be instantaneous. It's going to take a while to get everything up and running for the most part. But afterwards, it kind of takes pressure off them from getting, contracted killers back to back to back to back, and they can just grab, a random just created killer, boom. If the person really does, want their name incorporated, you can have that on the side or make it come out of a campfire or on the ground or something, say, made by, or right near the killer's portrait right across, made by, or concept by, I shouldn't say made by, concept by. Then behavior can make a checklist of what they're looking for from the community, non-copyrighted content, non-licensed things. Can't be similar to an existing killer, etc., etc. Must do this, that, or another. Must be balanced. And then having a checklist, you can have, another team. Plus, I'll still be doing reviews and all of that, and I'll have a checklist to be able to go through and be like, okay, this person, by checklist, this is good, but this isn't good. Or, everything here matches checklist, but your perks aren't balanced correctly. Or something like that, and we can all just, tweak and get the creations in line where they need to be, and then send them. And as we get more and more things approved, I'll be better able to, point what behavior, or see what behavior's looking for. They'll have their advisor team and all of that. They'll be able to talk about, what they're looking for, possibly even make a video or something like that, just a short one to, demonstrate what they're looking for. And now the community's a little bit more happier because now, all the complainers that say that the game's unbalanced and all of this other crap now have some say as to getting, a little bit of pull in the game. Now, granted, or not most, but a majority of them are just going to find something else to yell about. Well, I posted a concept, but behavior isn't paying attention to what it's saying and all of that, and as opposed to the game's just not fair. It's not balanced. Nothing's balanced. Turns into, well, I tried to post a concept to fix it, but they haven't accepted it. So, I mean, they are just going to switch to another line. Just people that like to complain about things. That's what they do. That's their life, their bread, their butter. That's what they live for. They won't see the positives, and they won't appreciate the things that are already in front of them. That's who they are, by base. That's who they be. You can't change them, and you can't accommodate them. And they're not going to go anywhere. So, you just assume they're just part of the community and move on. But that was my pitch of a concept. I might change the name of the stream. I don't know. I might just leave it on just reviews. I'm having this as just a little treat for anybody who actually manages to click onto this video. And then boom. Not only do they get the alternative killers idea, which is generally in the description of every video, boom, they have another just bonus thing thrown out there for them. But let's get into this. First thing on the in the creation form today is Friday the 13th Jason Voorhees killer concept. So, as this creator is probably aware, Friday the 13th already exists as a game. And if you remember when the game first came out, they had a bunch of legal issues and things like that that eventually shut them down to the point to where they can no longer update their game. So the game is still there, but they can no longer update it. And I'm pretty sure that's the last thing I've heard of that whole situation and the lawsuits and all that were going to pop on or pile on and do things like that. If anybody knows any other additional information, please post in the comments. But the last thing I've heard from it is the agreement that they came through is the game is allowed to be present. People play the game, people buy it, things like that. They're going to pay a portion, obviously, to whoever owns the rights for Friday the 13th and Jason Voorhees and things like that. They're going to pay that royalty. However, they cannot make any more additional updates to the game and things like that. Now, when I say updates, I mean, additional Jasons and a whole bunch of, core concepts to the things. They can still add in new maps to play. Adding in a map to something that's already there, as long as it's, not completely related, isn't, a violation of any type of contract. Every contract is defined. They can add map on map on map on map. No problem. They just can't touch anything Friday the 13th wise, if that kind of makes any type of sense. What I kind of wish they would have added in that game is Jason's mother as an actual killer. And she had, one or two maps specifically designated to her. Because I guess, for those of you who don't know, Jason wasn't the original killer. Which is why he hears his mother's voice and things like that. His mother, so counselors bully Jason. Jason drowns in lake. Mother gets mad, takes revenge on counselors, killing them. Last counselor cuts her head off, which is why you see just her disembodied head, and then her sweater in the cabin. That's the original thing. Her head gets cut off, blah blah blah. Then they bring her back and say that Jason never really drowned in the cabin and he's living on the old Crystal Lake grounds. And he's seen as a child his mother, getting decapitated and all of that, and he cries and, whatnot. Brings her her head and all of the other crap back to the shack and whatnot. And then another group of teenagers come in and he goes after them for being on his land. He kills I'm pretty sure all but one. Well, no, this is the other counselors, the beginning counselors. Yeah, I think he kills all but one. One he takes as a, I don't even think they were counselors. I think it was just a group of teenagers for the first one. After that. Now, I think it's just a group of teenagers camping. And he kills all but one, and he takes her hostage and takes her down into his shack and whatnot. Newer version, not the older version of Friday the 13th, by the by. They are separate stories. He holds her in, she has the locket, she shows him the locket and all of that. He gets affected by it, almost like Pamela Sweater. And she's like, Jason, it's enough, and all of that. And they get the upper hand on him, etc., etc. And, you know, like every other Friday the 13th, everybody basically dies, and Jason gets thwarted by somebody at the end. I think two of them, the male and the female, actually escape at the end of that one. It's been a long time since I've seen it. And then, you know, there's lots of Jason movies. Even the Jason X one, that was futuristic and things like that, so. Anyway, let's jump into this. Also, 20 minutes? Not bad. So, just getting the licenses and things like that for Friday the 13th or Jason's actually going to be extremely difficult to do. And I don't see Jason Voorhees coming into effect or into play. The closest thing you'll ever have to Jason Voorhees is the Trapper, which you can tell is loosely based off of Jason Voorhees. They just stayed away from that legal, I was going to say hootenanny. Where did that come from? Now, Jason Voorhees, I think the Trapper was basically a placeholder in something similar. And then, if they ever could get a license or something like that that went ridiculously crazy, could have possibly just been a placeholder for him. But who knows? Jason would be a very good alternative killer for the Trapper, because they are essentially the same thing. Behavior just got smart about it and didn't want to get sued. Trapper wears the mask. Trapper carries the machete. Trapper puts down bear traps. Which by Friday the 13th, the game, and actually during the movie, you know, people do get bear traps and things like that. Dead by Daylight at the time was based around each killer having one unique power. There wasn't multiple powers that killers could use. That was their base of the game, the beginning. The ones that set the stage. One power. So, I mean, Jason Voorhees is already in the game, aka being the Trapper. He has a machete and the ability to place traps. But let's see. The Undead is what they're gonna call him. He does come back from the dead a lot, but the Undead, that would take the place of any type of zombie style killer. But names can be changed. Starts this trial with unstoppable force, begins with 5 tokens. Having something begin with tokens. Interesting. Now, stopping there, if you only have 5 tokens, I'm going to assume there's some sort of way to get these tokens. Because if you run out of tokens, or survivors find a way to make you use your tokens, you are now out of power and can no longer do anything else unless there's some sort of secondary effect. Now let's see. After hooking a survivor, a token is consumed. Each token gives the undead a 5% haste status to all break actions and a 5% reduction to all stun times. After each sacrifice of a survivor, the next basic attack will apply the deep wound status effect. Then why begin with 5 tokens? Why not just keep it base game and keep everything uniform? And saying that you can have a max of 5 tokens. After hooking a survivor, you gain a token. Once X amount happens, the token is removed. Or in this case, if you're applying the deep wound status effect, I would probably generally leave it at only being able to have like 1 token, and I'd probably change this over to a perk. Make this in itself a perk. Also, let me tear this apart first. The 5% haste status effect, or haste status. Haste is just movement speed. And 5% reduction to all stun times. Again, this perk is 2 separate perks jammed together and then both values nerfed. Then you add in, on the bottom, apply the deep rune status effect. Take out the haste status effect, the break options, and the stun times, and just make it to where, after a survivor's hooked, the next attack will apply the deep wound effect. Then you can make this into a perk, and it be standalone and different from most perks that are actually available. You usually have killers that apply the deep wound status effect. There aren't many perks that do that. Matter of fact, let's just check. Borrowed time. I'm not counting that there. Inner healing. Soul guard. It's all survivor perks. That's a deep bond with the entity. Deep bond with the entity. Yeah. So as it sits now, there are no perks that allow you to provide the deep wound status effect to the survivor. It's just all power based. This would actually make an amazing perk that can be used on different killers that some killers would actually take. Now, keep in mind that the deep wound status effect doesn't necessarily count as a hit though. But this is a good negative, and it's also a good positive that can be mixed with different ideas to create something amazing. Like, for instance, I don't know, the ability to expose a survivor for X amount of seconds. Just off base. Something, just something just ridiculous. For X amount of seconds, exposes X for the survivor when you do X action. Then the negative for being that is for the next 20 seconds after the perk resolves, you can only apply the deep wound status effect. So you can use it as a negative there. Or you can have it, the next attack will apply a deep wound status effect, which has, a severely decreased timer. Because, some people are very bad chasers, but they can stay in the chase long enough to prevent a survivor from mending. So instead of having to chase somebody, hit them, they dead hard or do something else, activating that option for them, and then happen to catch them again for another hit, aka they just ran the crap out of you and got maximum value at a kill shack. You get the hit as they're dropping the pallet or something, and then they go to another loop and train the heck out of you again. So anybody that's bad at chases, being able to apply a deep wound effect, which timer's gonna have to be, further clarified or further defined, how long it's going to last. It might be easier for them to just hit you one time and then continue to chase you till you bleed out. So it's a different play style to help different people. Some people I know, as soon as I said, who would want to apply deep wound status effect instead of just immediately applying damage? Legion. Legion apply deep wound status effect, bounces between people, and then generally at the end of the second hit, or if you extend that, now you just pursue the person that you're chasing, and if they don't heal in time, and if they bolt and do things like that, they bleed out faster. At least I think that's how it used to be. And they eventually fall over. All you have to do is keep applying pressure and not let them heal. So this would actually be very good to include into a perk, but not necessarily a power. Because this says power. How are you going to incorporate a token system into a power that just increases speed and things like that? I know you're trying to incorporate his rage ability from Friday the 13th, which kind of makes sense. But this isn't a way to incorporate it, unfortunately. Doing things like that, you are taking two decent perks, nerfing them, and slamming them together, and then trying to add something extra to it, which is a very big common mistake that a lot of people do on these reviews. They take two perks that they like, or two perks that they don't think is that strong, they put them together, they nerf the values, and then they add something to it. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, and I would actually recommend doing that, but not in this way. Like, if you really do think that two perks are absolutely just godsend bad and aren't used, and you want to incorporate them together, it's fine, but don't list both perks almost word for word, and then nerf their values, slam them together, and then add something else in. And I might have said something like this in the past, and people might be going off of what I said in the past. But that's not exactly what I meant if I have stated that in the past. You don't want to incorporate it word for word and things like that. You want to take the two perks you don't like and then incorporate them in a unique way, to where it's not just a repeat. Then if you want to add another effect to balance out the nerfing that you're doing to both the perks and the changing up of how they work and things like that, you can then get a unique perk. For an example, what's two perks that aren't used? How about breakdown and breakout? The first two. Each time you're unhooked or unhooked yourself, breakdown breaks a hook for 180 seconds. Breakout, if you're within X amount of meters of a survivor, you gain the haste status effect, and their wiggle speed is increased by 20%. The wrong way to incorporate these is slamming them together. If you are, or after, or I guess that's actually bad, because if you're on a hook there and you're being carried, hmm, hmm, hmm. I guess, still, one way to write this as wrong is when near a killer, when another survivor is on the hook, you get a haste status effect, moving 7% faster, and then adding in, after the survivor gets off hook, hook breaks, and then just slamming them both together is sort of a sandwich. So just taking bits and pieces of each one and making just a perk that combines them both together. So there you go. A bad way to put them together is, if a survivor is hooked, Any other survivor that is within X amount of meters gains a haste status effect, pulls them off the hook 20% faster, and then the hook is broken for 180 seconds afterwards. Well, they have to nerf it, so 100 seconds afterwards. That's taking two good perks, one that helps you wiggle free, and one that breaks the hook when you get off. And just taking a little bit from both and jamming them together. Which sounds like a good idea, but then you're getting in the way of other perks. Like Desperate Measures, I think it is, that lets you pull them off the hook and heal faster per injured, dying, or hook survivor. And then these two perks and things like that. There's other perks that suits the needs. So a more thoughtful way to combine them together is, just give me a second to think. Let's see, blah blah blah, hook breaks, killer orders revealed. This, haste status effect, survivors wiggling speeds 20%. Alright. Another way to add these together would be if around a killer carrying a survivor, killer speed is reduced by 10% walking speed. Now, instead of giving haste to the survivor and making them faster and able to keep up with the killer, I'm trying to completely spin another perk and make it to where the killer speed is actually reduced by 10%. But I guess it would be, yeah, I think 10% is fine, because that would be not that great. Because a killer moving at 4.6, 10% of that is what, 0.46? So that'd be moving at 4.2, so 0.2 meters faster than a survivor. So, killer would be moving at 10% slower speed. So if a killer is carrying a survivor and you are nearby, the killer moves at a slow amount of speed. I don't know, you could name it Desperate Struggle, All for One, 2 against 1. 2 against 1 sounds like a pretty cool perk. 2 against 1. If a survivor's near another survivor being carried by a killer, killer moves at 10% speed. Then on top of that, add if survivor is, by killer while the other survivor is being carried, sabotage speed is increased by X amount of speed. So now I've taken these two, I've completely restrung them, and have decreased the killer's speed and increased sabotage speed. And it's the same thing as these, I'm just making it a completely different perk that doesn't impede upon these. And if you stack that particular perk with this, you'll be getting a 7% increase, while the killer will be getting a 10% decrease, and it'll be round about the same. Actually, I think you might be slightly faster, so my 10% may have to be nerfed and balanced to make it to where the killer still is faster than the survivor after a haste effect is applied from this perk. Their wiggling speed will be increased by 20%. Their speed will be increased. The killer speed will be decreased ever so slightly to give the person more wiggle time to escape. Then adding in sabotage or something like that, which doesn't even have to be added, just having the killer have that reduced speed is more than enough. But increasing sabotage speed when the killer is, close to you is worthwhile too. If you get the sabotage and your mid sabotage and the killer's walking up on you, the speed increases for that small amount of time, possibly giving you that sabotage before you get hit. There you go. Brand new perk, flushed out. That's completely different than just slamming two things together and then adding something on the end of it. That's what I talk about when I'm like, if you have two perks that you don't necessarily like, taking them, stringing them in a due direction, making a completely different perk that covers what you don't like, but without using additional perks, then going back and balancing them to be, the exact percent to keep the killer faster than the survivor. However, the survivors have that added benefit of that decreased haste to be able to sabotage slightly faster. Then there you go. Bada bing, bada boom. New perk, sounds good. Nobody can really say it's like another perk because it isn't. It's completely different, but it handles the same area. It stacks good. It's balanced with other perks to keep you from completely just steamrolling killer and giving them the unfair advantage. And if that perk becomes popular and used more, killers will probably just start running Iron Grasp for agitation. So there is a counter for that as well. So it can be stacked to become better. It can be countered by another perk once it's balanced to where the killer stays still faster than the survivor, but the survivor can close that speed gap. Boom. Flush it out. Then you take that as a rough draft, you send it to the community, see what they think about it. So maybe people will give you more options and things like that, and you can either develop additional perks, or you might overlook something, and somebody else's advice can help you put two and two together. Feel free to take that idea if you want, because I won't remember it in about 2 seconds. I literally just thought of that up on the top of my head. So if you want to add it to the forum, go for it. I don't need credit. See what people think. Now, second part of the power. On a 60-second cooldown, the undead can mark a survivor to hunt. Well, if we're talking Jason-wise, Jason just goes after whatever's in front of him. He doesn't necessarily mark anything. He's not a stalker marker type of person. He just comes out of the woodworks, shoots a bow, cuts somebody's head off, shoves a machete or something through a boardwalk, and then goes back to doing what he's doing. After cleanup. He does also always clean up after himself when he has time. Well, when it's on his home, in his homeland, he always cleans up after himself. Now, on a 60-second cooldown, the undead can mark a survivor to hunt. The target survivor leaves footprints instead of scratch marks. How long do these footprints stay? Are they the same 10 seconds? Do they work the same as scratch marks? Within the undead's terror radius, all objects the survivor interacts with are highlighted for 10 seconds. Highlighted like aura eyes, or just highlighted in general? Because if it's the highlighted aura wise, then no, that can't be incorporated, because everything that they run through and touch is just going to be lighting up all over the place. 10 seconds is also way too long, especially if you're tracking them, which in turn you're generally chasing them. Except lockers. Why take out lockers? Lockers only prevent aura reading effects. Why take out lockers? Killer instinct works through lockers. Why the lockers? The target is marked until they are hooked or a new target is marked. That's going to have to change too. In the marking effect, you have to put a timer on that. You have to put timers on that. If you escape chase or get out of their terror radius or you do some sort of action, you have to have a way out. Because if you just stay marked, and if we go by what this is saying, they can literally always find you no matter where you go. Just said Jason isn't any type of tracker or anything like that. He's not known for that type of ability. He just finds people and he ends people. You know, people are generally making noises. They're either having sex or partying or they're drunk out in the balcony or at a house or, you know, swimming. They're in areas where they stick out and he finds them. If people hide from Jason, generally he either hears them because they're panicking or something like that, or he continues to walk by because he doesn't notice them. It's them making noises is what he tunes into. If an unmarked survivor attempts to take a protection hit after, they will be knocked to the side, left or right of the undead, and is random for this effect. And how are you gonna incorporate that into the base game? They would have to program an effect of a survivor being knocked to the side, and then they're gonna have to play test it and get rid of all the bugs. Because I can see somebody slapping somebody near a wall and they shooting through the wall out of the map and just getting disconnected, basically. Free wins. There's going to be a lot of protection. Like, if they take a protection hit, they get the deep wound status effect. I could see that. That's what Jason does. If you try to protect somebody and you take a shot from Jason, it's going to be a deep wound and you're probably going to bleed out. So just on this part, I think it needs to be reworked to be more balanced for survivors in this case, because this killer's effect's kind of ludicrous. Just that you're going to have to put timers, you're going to have to specify how things work and that nature. This is a good first rough draft, but it needs to be excuse me. It needs to be read through and worked through again, and probably worked through a third time, where everything's flushed out, so this killer just isn't OP, and he can just mark one survivor then go after another one. Especially if it comes to the fact that, you know, let's say 2 survivors are left. You mark one survivor going down the other survivor, and then you just walk over and follow the context clues. Well, I guess they'd be environmental clues. And then find the other survivor. If they jump into a locker, you know, you're going to lose track of them, and the path's going to end except for everything that they touch highlights up. So if you don't see anything else getting highlighted, or any footsteps, you're going to obviously know they're in a locker. Just like base game. If the blood marks lead to a locker, then you know they're going to be in the locker. If the trail that they leave behind stops at a locker, probably going to be in a locker. Now, deception is one of the fancy few that can get by that if they're not bleeding or leaving some sort of obvious trail. Deception is the perk that breaks that. Deception doesn't really work in this case because anything that you interact with, except maybe the except for lockers, was keeping deception in mind. And anything you interact with is going to be highlighted. Interactions is anything that you press R1, right bumper. I don't know what it's on the Nintendo Switch. Right trigger, I don't know. ZB, whatever it is. So anything that you press the interaction button on is included in that. So that's windows, that's palettes, that's generators, that's chests, that's totems. There can be an argument for any type of items that you use, especially like chests and things like that. But I mean, if you use your med kit, does that count as an interaction? And will it be highlighted on you? Who knows? Your original assumption would be no, but you can't assume that the creator wasn't thinking that it would. So I'm going to go by what it literally says, as opposed to what most people would assume. So this needs to be just a little bit flushed out and a little more, made for understanding. If a survivor is down on their second hook stage, the undead can incapacitate them. They will be unable to crawl and take twice as long to recover. Why does everybody always want to have a second stage, either mini-mori or some sort of effect to keep survivors from being able to recover and get back up? I've seen this a lot, and it's been popping up more and more every day. Like, why? This can just be removed completely. If they're on their second hook stage, meaning the third, they're on their last hook, or do you mean as they're, because that's I don't know. That's either or. If they're on the hook and you say that they're at their second hook stage, that means they're, struggling about to die. Next hook kills them. If they're off the hook and you say they're at their second hook stage, that means they've been hooked twice. So if you're going off of them getting hooked twice and you just down them, instead of hooking them and send them on their way, boom, you're giving them the ability to incapacitate them to make it to where they can't crawl, which if they have perks that are designed to help them crawl away and recover while they're crawling away, that completely gets rid of that perk's ability to activate, so that's going to have to be changed. And take twice as long to recover. Why take out their ability to crawl? I don't think there's any perks that take out their ability to crawl. There's some that makes it take longer to crawl, but if you added that there, then that would take over that particular perk. And then taking twice as long to recover, I mean, it's like, bro, you're making your killer basically as soon as you get caught, you're done. There's nothing you can do. Then if you do manage to go down, there's no crawling away or anything like that. He just needs to incapacitate you, which is basically slugging. And then he can go off and go for another person because you'll never be able to recover. Unless you have some sort of recovery perk, you're stuck there. You'll be stuck there 99%. If he downs another person in that state, he can make them sit there, stuck for the rest of the game. He literally just hold people in position and take them out of the game. They can't do generators, things like that. Especially if it ends up being like a 3-gen type of situation, where you can just incapacitate somebody that's on their second hook. You can incapacitate them right next to the generator. Boom. Bang. Put them in place. You've now completely gotten rid of that person and their 3-gen pressure. If it's a 4-player 3-gen, it's not going to matter. They're going to get them back up. If it's a 3-player 3-gen, then you're going to have issues. Very, 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 very big issues. If it's a 2-player 2-gen, you just won the game, essentially. Now you have all of this time till that person bleeds out or gets saved. Either or is a good outcome for you because you now know where that survivor you're looking for is at. The other one's going to be injured, and since it's going to take twice as long to recover and all of that, they're going to basically stay injured by the time you get over there. So, I mean, I would completely remove all of this ability to incapacitate. Plus, it kind of goes into the pig's territory in her traps. Pig's already been nerfed enough. At any location in the trial, the undead may place 1 tripwire. This tripwire will cause the survivor to fall down and take 3 seconds to recover. If successfully triggered, this power is disabled. So you get 1 tripwire all game. As soon as it happens, the survivor falls down, which would be a pseudo-dying state, for 3 seconds. And then it's just done. Then why include something that you don't plan on using? Actually, if you think about it, from the entire power system, he actually has nothing that you can actually call power. This is a perk. This is a secondary power, which could be incorporated into a perk. This is just something that doesn't need to be included in the game at all. And then this is the only thing close to actually being a power. So why not make his power the ability to place tripwires? Because, well, you can't use the Bear Trap Act, because Trapper. So why not use the tripwire as his main power? And then have a conglomeration of all of this together and rewrote as his secondary, just passive power, or secondary ability if you want to call it that, but just a secondary passive. And there you go. You got Jason Voorhees, who's able to place traps, able to hit people, and able to apply some status effects and do other things once all of this is wrote again. I don't know, it's just odd that the power is called Unstoppable Force, but it doesn't actually have any type of power. It's just a passive effect. Nobody's gonna want to play this particular version of Jason because the only thing that is semi-power is a tripwire that you can only place once. There's just more to be desired. I mean, you could pull. Now, let me be more specific. You can use Friday the 13th Jason's powers as a base. Don't make it anything like it, but some of the things that he can do, you can incorporate that into Dead by Daylight. You can't use the original concept or idea, but you can take the idea and pull it apart, like I pulled apart 2 different perks in Dead by Daylight earlier. You can pull them apart and use those as ideas for actual perks and passives and things like that. Also, if you're going to use the website, I think it's like Create Dead by Daylight Perks or whatever it is, or Make Dead by Daylight Perks or whatever. I don't remember the website name. If you're going to use it, try to stay with the template, Because generally, this is what it has. It shows you all the crap right here, allows you to put a picture in, and it gives you the little dots for the, I want to call them thumbnails, but small pictures you can put in. And then it gives you dots, 4 dots, right near each other, and allows you to put things in and things like that. One, just because there's dot theirs don't mean that you actually have to use them, and you don't have to fill them out. Two, if you're gonna, they give you the format to write this, to write things down with and things like that. Like, use the format, you know? Don't just add things in like this and make it all kind of weird and not all flow together. It's literally a template for you. The only reason I'm saying about how everything's fleshed out and things like that is because it seems it's out of order. And for you to use a template to try to make your concept seem amazing, you would assume you'd put in, a little bit more effort to try to flush everything out and make it look perfect on top of that. This is also how teachers, by the way, know if a student's plagiarized something or anything like that, is because you'll have a professional format set up, everything will look good, and then you'll read through and you'll say, no, bro, it's plagiarized. This will be professionally read out with words, everything, here will be uniform. The words here will be uniform. The words and things here will be uniform. Then they'll get to what you wrote, the little additives that you did to change things around, and they'll be like, this doesn't match up with this, or any of this. And they say, obviously plagiarized. That's how you get points docked out. Encroaching fog. An eerie mist. Okay. When a survivor is hooked, the area around the hook becomes covered in a stack of fog that obscures vision equal to 2 purple off. Bro. Really? The hook becomes covered in a stack of fog that obscures the vision equal to 2 purple offering. If you don't know what 2 purple offering is, how are we supposed to know what 2 purple offerings worth of smoke is? You gotta define these things. It might be easier just to have some sort of filter effect or something like that, a vision effect or something that pops up when you're within, like the boon totem, that blue screen, that you get around your screen when you're within range. Make it like that, but make it a little bit darker maybe, or something like that. If you do want a hook to have mist, that's something they're gonna have to program in when something's hooked to create mist around it. Now, the rest of it. This fog is white, can be stacked up to 4 times per hook. The fog reaches 50 meters from the hook. The fog is permanent for the remainder of the trial. 1. Why would this killer ever want to be in the fog? He has no ability by effect to have things through the fog. When you're marking targets, if you don't mark a target before the fog gets really bad, you're kind of screwed as well. But nothing here allows you to see through fog, move through fog, or do anything with fog. And you want it to be 50 meters. If you hook somebody on the same hook 4 times, 50 meters range around. I don't think you understand how far 50 meters is, especially if you go into the middle of the map and you hook somebody there 4 times, the entire map's gonna be covered in smoke, which the survivors are gonna love, especially if they're running clairvoyance or any type of aura reading perks. They're gonna love, and then the killer, especially with the height that you want of them being tall, isn't gonna be able to see a thing. Survivors can just crouch through this super dark mist and go on about their day. So it's actually a detriment for the killer to have this fog. At least not without the ability to see through it. So why would you ever blind yourself like that? I just don't understand. Hey, you're gonna have to explain this a lot more. 50 meters from the hook. Permanent. It means any survivors that are being chased by you are probably gonna 360 you or take you into this fog area and then disappear on you. Like I said, since you're a tall killers get affected more by the mist than a medium killer. Short killers, I kind of feel bad for because they're kind of like face in the mist. It's not good to be tall, it's not good to be short when you're talking about the mist. When you're tall, you would think, oh, you can just tower over it and see. Like, nope. Because of the angles and how the mist actually reacts, it actually obscures it a lot more. Why? Because I'm a doctor, man. He's a tall killer. Mist is bad. It's very bad for tall killer. Then I play Ghostface. Mist is really bad for Ghostface. Oh, it's not bad for Ghostface. It's bad for seeing with Ghostface, but he has the stalking ability and can continue to stalk. Mist is bad for Pig, because she can crouch as well. And you can't see anything. She may be a pseudo stealth killer, but if you can't see what you're going against, or going after, it makes it kind of guesswork. If they're on a gen, great. If you're chasing them and they 360 you, you kind of just gotta kind of look around and hope you can find them if the mist is going to be that thick. Regular mist ain't bad, but this super dark, doubly thick mist that's gonna extend 50 meters is going to be absolutely terrible. That's almost like the old. I always wanted to call it the blackest night. It's like the darkest moon or whatever that they removed. It was the iridescent level of darkness. I made the basic moon basically blot out. The map was as dark as it could ever be. Now you could try to bring that back instead of making the hook all weird and all that. Why not just bring back that iridescent offering and just bring back, you know, the darkest moon or blood moon or what was it called? Super dark moon add-on DBD. Blood Banquet. Yeah, it was the darkest moon or new moon banquet. Cosmetic and Diva, better go back to sleep. There is no moon this night. So what happens is like it said before, the moon would slowly be blackened and would basically disappear, making it a very, very dark setting. Yeah, they were not stackable. Let me see if I can get more information for you. Bum, 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 bum. There you go. Here's a picture. So, it started out and got a little darker, which this is still the quarter moon. No, this is the quarter moon. This is the full moon. That's the quarter moon. So the full moon, please stop popping up. Jesus. This one, which is going to pop up again, is slightly darker than what you're used to seeing. Then as the new moon came in and it got super dark, things would get like this amount of darkness. And I actually love the new moon banquet because it was dark, but it wasn't impedingly dark. Yes, it interfered with lighting on maps and things like that, but I mean, it's the entity. They can adjust map and lights and all of that on their own accord. And now that they've had, 5 years of programming of making maps and things like that, they should probably be able to reincorporate that. But making that like a perk as opposed to an add-on would be interesting. And as you can see, he's looking at the same area on all of these, by the way. It's the same tree, the same two trees and things like that. Well, I guess they are slightly different angles, but they're generally the same view. Like this picture, he's obviously closer and at a different angle. But for the most part, they're all the same. Like these two are about the same. These two, there's basically on the other side. But if you compare this to how easily you can see the grass and things like this, granted the graphics weren't as good as they were back then, or their graphics aren't as good as they are now back then. You can see the grass and all that, and pay attention to the leaves and patterns on the dirt, the rock definitions, and the other trees in the background. Then boom, you can barely see the grass in front of you. You can barely see the path. Things like that. You can still see a little bit of the trees in the background, but they're not super heavily defined. Also that, if you pay attention. But yeah, that would be a cool part, bringing back the new blood banquet. Friday the 13th game still alive? Yes. Friday the 13th, the game is still alive. However, PC version has a lot of hackers. So if you're going to play, it's better to play on console. And there you go. Thank you for clarifying that. So they have rights as long as they're creating new features for Friday the 13th, because they're holding the rights for it. But the last DLC that they created was from 2018. Thank you, Galanome. So there's the clarification for anybody who wants to know. But yeah, the full moon banquet, or the dark moon, or the darkest moon, or anything like that, is possibly what they're looking for instead of the encroaching fog. So instead of just having a mist that spreads out that affects killer, why not just make the whole map dark? Or even make it a blood moon, or change it to, something more feasible. Hex Terrible Storm. For each generator that is completed, will add to the storm. Rain will increase in intensity, obscuring sounds. Lightning will strike random generators every 40 seconds, causing regression, or causing an instant difficulty skill check with no audio cue block. An additional random strike will occur for each survivor hooked. So you're wanting to add weather effects, like usable weather effects into the game. So first I'm going to ask the basic question. If it's an indoor map, how is this going to work? That's the first obvious question a lot of people are going to have is you spawned a Leroy Institute or even Midwich and things like that. You know, is this perk now useless to you, or what exactly is going to happen? Or is it just going to have a sound effect and it's going to be like a power surge or something that goes through? Now, having a power surge type or a surge type of effect because it's raining on a generator, it causes the generators to mess up, but you know, rain adds to the amount of resources and things like that to get used, so lower end computers are going to suffer. And if they elect to turn the weather effects off, because you're going to have a slider for them to turn that off, the storm aspect's going to be removed for them. Now, I can understand the. Also, hang on, before I go into that, you say the lightning will strike generators, causing an instant difficulty skill check block that does not have a sound cue because it's blocked by lightning. But if as soon as the lightning strikes, the skill check happens, it doesn't matter if the sound cue is blocked. Anyways, because as soon as they hear that bang, which is probably going to scare the crap out of them the first couple of times, they know a skill check's coming directly afterwards. So, I mean, having the audio cue isn't going to really interfere with the actual skill check. Because it's either going to go bang, scare the crap out of them, they're going to miss the skill check, or it's going to go bang and they're already going to be ready for it. So the audio cue and all of that, I would just remove or change to another effect. I like the additional strike will occur for each survivor hooked, but instead of just making it a storm, I would make it like a just malfunctioning generators. So for every 40 seconds, a random generator has a hiccup and then starts regressing. Of course, it's going to have to be a generator not worked on. So it's essentially a weaker ruin. However, actually, if they miss the skill check, it doesn't even define that there's any type of huge regression. It just says that it starts regressing. So if they miss the skill check, it's going to attempt to start regressing and then they can just jump back on it and stop it. So I would define this to have the skill check take X amount of percent and then have it strike additional generators per, and that intensity, you know, increases and increases the more hooks you have. Then, if you want the audio cues removed and things like that, you can add in Huntress's Lullaby or something like that on top of it, which makes it stacking for no skill checks during this entire thing. This is more of a cosmetic style perk, you know, adding rain and other scary effects to the game. Obviously, anybody running a meta build is going to use Ruin over this. So I would add something to it that gives it a kicker. Like if a survivor misses a skill check, I don't know, they shock, they scream, they become affected by some sort of status effect, or is revealed. You know, add something. I'm just throwing out ideas. Don't take what I say too seriously. Just it does need some sort of kicker. This can be refined down to, like I said, like the full moon banquet. This needs to actually be more things needs to be added to it to make it different from ruin and things like that, you know. It needs to be worthwhile use, or everybody's just gonna run ruin and just forget about it. But like I said, every killer always has a meh perk. I haven't went over this one yet, but maybe this is just a meh perk. You never know. There's a man with no life in his eyes. You are immune to stuns, but must stop before 30 seconds elapses to recuperate for 8 seconds, or you will be slowed by 10% speed for 60 seconds. Consecutive stuns do not reset the timer. Immune to stuns. The way you make it sound is pallet stuns, but let's go with stuns in general. Pallet stuns, flashlight stuns, any type of light burning effects that could possibly be issued. The blast mine, the flash bang, all of those stuns. But why would I stop and recuperate for 8 seconds after being stunned? Is what I don't understand. And then the penalty for that's only losing 10% speed, which is 0.46 speed, so you would still be 0.2 speed faster than a survivor. And then when you lunge will typically remain the same. So I mean, you would be slower than a range killer, but not by much, and you would be ever so faster than a survivor. So for every 5 steps, I can't say 5 steps, but for every 5 ticks, you would get 1 tick ahead on the survivor. So you're going to be moving a fifth faster than they are. So for every 5 actions that happen, you'll get 1 action faster back on them, plus the bloodlust and all of that on top of it. And when you get close enough, you'll just lunge, which gives you the 6.9. One of the two meters per second. I didn't forget. I think it's 6.9. Lunge speed, DBD. I think it's the joke. Yeah, it's the joke number. 6.9 meters per second. 6.4 was another review that I did on another killer. And I had to do a lot of math, and it ended up being 6.4 at the end, and I don't know why that's stuck in my head. So you'll still get the 6.9 speed on lunges, if you elect to just never recover. But I want to know what you mean by immune to stuns, because there's nothing here that says that you'll automatically break the pallet or anything like that. And if you have to wait the 8 seconds at some time or remain slow, why not just run a perk that reduces stun time by 20%, if not more, and then completely nullify this particular perk? What is it, brutal strength, I think? I know it's brutal strength. Brutal strength, pallets and breakable walls by 20%. Or if you're worried about light, you have Lightborn, which shows auras of people trying to flashlight you, and you're no longer affected by it. So, I mean, there's actually another perk that I'm not thinking of right now that's even better than that when it comes to stuns and flashlights and other things like that. I can't think of it right now, and I already clicked off that, so I'm not going back. So this part is trumped by a lot of other perks due to the recuperation factor of 8 seconds. If you never recuperate, then you're stuck at a 10% speed after 30 seconds, which I guess that gives you enough time to finish a chase, then you recuperate, then you pick them up, but at the same time, why? I would rather just respect the palette if I'm worried about that much, and I'm not going to blindly run into it. And the problem with that is the glitches that happen. If a killer is inside of a pallet, when the pallet drops, the killer's either going to be shot backwards, behind the pallet, or forwards, right beside the survivor, depending on how it works. And if the killer's in the middle of a swing, they'll still get that swing as they get shot out, resulting in some pretty funny but awkward situations. And yeah, we definitely hope that the rights for Jason could expire, because I think Dead by Daylight can run a better Jason than Friday the 13th the game can. And I mean, it's not Friday the 13th's fault that the Jason that they had inducted into, or the different Jasons, are weak. It's because it was an indie game that started off as, I don't want to say a joke because they did put a lot of time into it, but you could tell that it wasn't a serious game that they were coming out with. They wanted to try a concept that people liked, so they kept building upon it. Whereas Dead by Daylight, I mean, just has a lot more time and a lot more resources to throw at it to continue to keep building things. But I mean, we have the Trapper. It's the same thing, essentially, just without, the super Jason powers and the way he acts and things like that. But I mean, in theory, actual Jason, like from the first Friday the 13th, well, I guess it'd be second, but you know what I mean, doesn't have those superpowers or anything like that. He literally is just a man walking around using different objects and bear traps as traps. Like, he literally is just a trapper. That's how Jason really was his first movie. I mean, he used a crossbow and a couple of other things to get some of his targets down, but essentially, you know, trapper. But I mean, I like the concept. I've always wanted Jason to be part. Jason, Freddy, Ghostface, and extra killers and things like that. Oh, we got a new one. So, it has been. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we do have both. Yeah, Jason was definitely an inspiration for Trapper. At least, they might not admit it, but it was a definite one. And Baba definitely was the inspiration for Billy, but then they also got the rights for him, so they added him in too. And yeah, we did luckily get both of them. There's also a long list of killers that they can still go for contracts on that people haven't even heard of before. Some I haven't even heard of before. But I'm gonna jump into this. Is this a Y2K killer? Is this what I've been asking for? Because I've been wanting a Y2K killer. OD. Why does it mute itself? Alright, cool. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. We good now?
Yeah, we
Why
good.
does it mute itself? Alright. I don't know why it randomly mutes itself like that. So I'll go back in and start over. When it comes to curse totems, I actually like the fact of them being implemented in the future. The only main problem is if nobody else is running any type of boon totem, how it's written here is it's completely useless and gone, and you've just lost a perk slot. And a killer losing one perk slot and only running three can be hugely detrimental. The next problem that I have with this concept, how it's written, is Boon Circle of Healing when Curse reduces healing speed by 50%. Boon Circle of Healing is basically the ability to let survivors self care without using a med kit or anything like that. So if you're reducing their healing speed while also taking out the Circle of Healing effect, what's the point? It's kind of redundant. You have a 50% reduced healing speed while inside of this aura that you can no longer heal in. Then the Shadow Step reveals survivors for 5 seconds after entering the totem range. Well, that's extremely OP because for a survivor to be able to go in and re-bless the totem, it takes them 10 seconds. So if they run in and they run straight for the totem, for the 5 seconds that they're running in going straight for that, killer knows exactly where you are. And like if it's a 3-gen situation or something like that, or a Bubba camp and basement type of situation, you're really strengthening the power of the camp. Because now any survivor that gets hit has to get out of that radius to get healed by another person, or they're going to be sitting there healed at, it's going to take 32 seconds. It's basically standard healing speed with self care. So that's going to end up being, so it strengthens campers if used one way. It also does no benefits or disadvantages to survivors if used in another way. Then with the shadow step, like I said, if it's a Bubba or a camping killer near a totem and they manage to get that, any survivor that comes from that unhook, they're going to know exactly where they're coming from. They're not going to be able to get the safe. So these two are going to have to be reworked, or the whole totem spawning system's going to have to be reworked. That's going to be a pain. The curse totems lasting for 60 seconds until cleansed by survivors. Then why have them? Is what comes to mind now. If you go over, you cleanse a totem, and then it lasts for 60 seconds, why would you give up a perk spot for 60 seconds worth of an advantage? And it's not fair if you incorporate curse totems into every base killer without taking a perk slot, because survivors have to give up multiple perk slots to get multiple boon totems. So it has to be balanced between the two. You can't just buff a killer and say, yep, if they take out boon totems, survivors are screwed for 60 seconds, and not take up that perk slot that they have. When survivors are losing one or two perk slots depending on what they're running, and in the future, even up to all four, putting in to one just totem. So that's going to run into a heavy morale line on how it's going to be implemented. Um, yeah, you're probably hearing headset noises. It could have been a placebo effect. I mean, sometimes when things are muted, because of how, like my headphone, which it took me almost till about 2 months ago to actually set it up properly, my when I would talk to people, all of the audio on my computer was going through or backfeeding through my headset back to them. So everything I was playing, they were hearing, and they were also hearing me talk at the same time. I recently upgraded the Windows 11, so there probably could be that minor backfeeding because I never went back and reset everything because it said all my settings are safe. So you possibly could have been hearing my backfeeding. It is a possibility. Alright, power wise. Special power, guilty as charged. Survivors accumulate guilt. I would like to see that just in quotations or bolden or something like that. And then I would like to see guilt be defined below the actual power, separated as in put in as instead of put in one sentence like that. But survivors accumulate guilt as they perform various interactions, such as repairing generator, cleansing totems, opening chests, stunning, blinding the killer, escaping, chasing, so doing any actions. Anything. Survivors accumulate guilt for any action. Survivors can lower their guilt by performing altruistic actions such as unhooking, healing, and taking protection hits. Problem with that already. Also, guilt, like I said, you would love to see guilt defined right after the initial statement of the power to see what guilt is here. So now I'm going to have to scroll down and try to find what guilt does. You know what? We'll get to it. It's probably maybe defined there since it's called Guilty Gun. But as it sets, the longer you're in the game, essentially, the more guilt that you have. The only way to lower your guilt is by performing altruistic actions. The thing is, if nobody gets hooked, you're not going to get the healing and possibly not even taking the protection hits, depending on what killer it is. And if you are, or people are getting hooked and hit and things like that, that's only something that, well, hooking is one person can unhook to get that boost. Multiple people can heal, but if one person's going for the unhook, why would multiple people go? So that person who goes for the unhook and then the immediate heal, which generally will have a perk or something along the lines to speed that up, if they're going for, multiple ones, they're getting all of that benefit, and anybody who's actually doing generators and playing the game how it's supposed to be is going to keep getting punished. Because you'll unhook and you'll generally heal under the hook, unless you're playing with, lower MMR people who like to run and find a safe spot. Taking protection hits often ends up just people sandbagging each other, trying to be nice and help them out and things like that. So that's going to cause more confusion. So instead of it just being altruistic actions, I would add something like the plague's basins, or have them commune at a totem or something, find a totem and then pray or some sort of action, perform some sort of ritual near it to decrease your guilt. Have a shrine, like some sort of thing that survivors always have access to. Sad. Special ability, even though this is the thing that gets me. Everybody puts special power, and then they say something that's not even really power based. Then they say special ability, and they put something, and then they say special ability, special ability, special ability. There is a main power, a secondary power, a special ability, and then passive powers or passive things. So you have, 4 different types of terminologies: primary, secondary, special, and then passive. Like if it's going to be a passive, then it needs to be, a passive. And this is what the passive is that survivors accumulate guilt throughout the match. That's a passive ability. It's not a power. You're not applying it. You're not using anything or anything, You're not intentionally, adding anything to it. The power should be the guilty gun. The vigilante carries around a revolver capable of holding 6 bullets. Revolver starts the trial in an empty chamber. Revolver starts the trial with empty chambers. On an empty chamber just means one of the chambers are empty, and could mean that the rest of the gun is filled up by X amount of bullets with an empty chamber. Hitting a survivor with a basic attack absorbs half of the guilt they have and transforms it into the bullets for the guilty gun. So you have to walk up and use a basic, not a lunge attack, not any type of special attacks, just a basic swipe to get the guilt. And it only takes half of the guilt. Why does it take only half of the guilt that they have? Because if guilt has any type of secondary force behind it, by the more it accumulates, the more a survivor gets affected, then that's going to run into an issue down the road of, I just got hit, all of my guilt should be gone because you basically just paid for it in blood. Now, if you want to have like a 3-tier guilt system and make it to where you're hit, you lose a tier of guilt, and then you want to add in, ways for survivors to keep their guilt down, that would be fun because they have a way to, decrease it passively as things go. And if they fail to decrease it, the effect of that is to tier up. But just hitting them and having it absorbs half the guilt, if there's any type of special abilities hooked to guilt, that's not a very good system. And I don't know if there isn't any secondary thing hooked to guilt. Why would you even take half the guilt when you can take the full thing anyways? So it's kind of confusing either way of the situation that you're looking at. Press the power button to switch your weapon to the guilty gun. Again, press the power button, special power, not an ability. Ability button's different from the power button, so that's just something to look out for. While holding the gun, your basic attacks do not injure the survivors, but instead absorb all of their guilt. Why make it complicated? Why not just mix those or combine both of those together? A way to simply combine them together would be performing a basic attack on a survivor absorbs all of their guilt, and if you want to leave it a chance, say any survivor over 50% guilt, it has to be over 50% guilt for it to absorb, or over 25%. Forming basic attack causes no damage to survivors that have guilt over 25%. It also gives it a fallback that if they have less than 25% guilt, it'll be a basic attack and cause them damage, which lets two things know: that the survivor isn't very high in guilt, so you should find somebody else to get ammo off of, or you shouldn't bother using your guilty gun or anything like that on them. You should just down them. Now, assume, the survivor's going to have a gauge of some sort over them, but I mean, this person doesn't specify, at least not yet, that there's going to be a UI showing survivor guilt and which ones to go for. So I'm going to take it all literally by how they wrote it and then offer my ideas on top of that. So if there is no gauge, definitely allow there to be a fallback, because if the survivor has little to no guilt and you hit them, and it's not going to cause any damage, and they have no guilt that's not above, let's say, 25%, which will say that, since they haven't defined it yet, is 1 bullet's worth. Then things sort of are combined to make sense, as opposed to just taking half the guilt that they have on a basic hit, then pulling out the gun and doing another hit. Like, does the gun slow you down? Does the gun affect your movement speed? I mean, is there a caveat? Is there any type of bad things that happen when you pull out the gun? Like, it's not defined here, so I'm assuming you still move at the same speed and you still do basically regular actions, except for you can't deal damage. So why not just have the basic attack? I don't know, provide deep wound status effect and take guilt if you're worried about damage wise. Or, like I said, is the alternative, or an alternative. If they have less than 25% guilt, or however much it costs to get a bullet, and you hit them, it just does a regular attack. And you get no refund on that, but you get the damage state. Yes, no? Oh, I think Galanonum went to bed. Good night, friend. So this is just one aspect of that. Now this would actually be the special ability. Actually, no. While holding the guilty gun with at least 1 bullet in the chamber, press and hold the attack button to lock onto the nearest survivor in front of you. While fully locked on, release the attack button to shoot the gun. No. This is not Call of Duty, sir. We do not use auto lock on. You have to have skill in Dead by Daylight. If you can't aim the gun, you don't get the shots. It's not a first-person shooter. It's not any of that. It's more skill-based. Bullets can be blocked by the environment or other survivors. Successful hits put survivors in the dying state. No. 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 Say one more time. No. And if the bullet can be blocked by other survivors, it still puts them into the dying state. So I don't know why the bullets can be blocked by other survivor thing even means anything, because that survivor is just going to go into the dying state. Being blocked by the environment is very relevant, but you don't specify, because it just says lock onto the nearest survivor in front of you. Is that directly in front of you or just in front of you? What's the range of this lock on ability? How does it work? How long does it take? Etc., etc., etc. It needs to be further defined. And only with at least one bullet in the chamber, you can put survivors in the dying state. Up here, you don't show how much is worth one bullet. If a 100% guilty meter is worth, one bullet, then that would be something at least to go off of. I would say that 100% is way too much to have a one-shot bullet, but you never know. Because then it wouldn't even be a let's find the survivors type, or let's find, kill, and all that. It'd become like a Legion match. You would spend your time hitting one survivor, running to find the next survivor, hitting them, running to find the next survivor, hitting them, running to find the next survivor, hitting them, waiting and kind of chasing and things like that to keep gen progress down, and then completely doing that until you have one bullet in each chamber. Which here, locking on the survivor while your gun is fully loaded executes them. This attack cannot be blocked by any means and consumes all bullets. So then it becomes a race against time. If you can find survivors and keep taking their guilt to get your bullets filled, to get that execution. Plus, along the way, you're obviously going to attack and down some survivors. So I'd say optimal strategy would be to run to a survivor, take the guilt for them, leave them in the dying state, run to the next survivor, lather, rinse, repeat, or just hook camp in basement. Put one on the hook, wait in basement, around that area, and just keep tagging survivors as they go in for saves. And if the survivor takes a hit and runs down in the basement, that's 2 people you have in basement. And if they don't, that's a hit that you got on them, which empties their guilt and allows you to keep moving on, doing what you're doing. Unfortunately, nowadays, survivors put more preference on saving instead of doing the gens to apply the pressure to get a more efficient save. You can force the killer out of basement if you complete most of the gens. Then they come to a realization that, hey, nobody's coming for this person. If I sit here, I'm probably only going to get 1 kill. Excuse me. And that's if the other survivors, after finishing everything, don't go in for a save and use, borrowed time and taking hits for each other, etc., to just escape with that last person, which happens more often than not when it comes to low-level things playing with high-level peoples in the mix of MMR. But snowballing also happens more often than not as well. Depends on, game knowledge. So, camping very strong with this killer, and the more you camp, and the more guilt that you can get off of survivors, because they'll get guilt for doing anything, is what you're saying. Anything that they do. Besides running. Running is the only thing, walking and running are the only things that aren't really specified here. But action-wise, any volts, pallet drops, stuns, generator repair speeds, doing anything else, they're getting guilt for. And like I said, it really needs to be defined how much guilt it takes to get a bullet. Arrest-related death, get rid of that. I don't know why nowadays everybody has to include some sort of mini Mori. Well, if you do everything and you do this and that, then you get to instantaneously kill somebody. You're not Spirit. You're not gonna Rancor. You're not a Michael Myers. You're not gonna use a Tombstone or any of that. Your killer isn't. It's not made for that. It's not made for that. Get rid of the Moris. Please stop offering Moris in your killer creations. Just stop doing it. Even if your killer is made on building up to a Mori and getting it in the end. Please stop. Just please stop including Moris. And please stop including ridiculous ways to instantly put the survivors in the dying state. If a survivor ignores everything, and like I said, by design, remember, you can only remove guilt by providing altruistic actions, by unhooking, healing, taking protection hits, etc. So the only thing survivors will be able to do if you're camping basement is get some of their guilt down by healing. And it's not going to be a lot because, well, all the survivors are going to be healing together, or they're going to be running off and self-caring or doing some sort of other things. It's not going to be that much that you get back versus all the actions that you've done to give everything to the killer. Then on top of that, every time the killer hits you, he's taking half by design, or if he pulls out his gun, he's taking all. Since there isn't any means of speed or anything like that, if you're camping basement, you would always have your gun out, and you would just keep hitting them as they come to try to make the save, keep camping, things like that. In some cases, if you wait for survivors to build up their gauge, depending on how much it takes to make a bullet that insta-downs them, and insta-locks on, forgot about that part, you can literally walk to a survivor, hit them to take the regret, automatically lock in, and bang, shoot them. And they are downed instantaneously. So the auto lock-ons have to go, and all of this needs to be further defined and rewrote to actually be incorporated into the game. Right now, you have just now, this killer is so OP, and I haven't even gotten into perks, which are probably going to buff things to make it even better. Just now, just looking at the power and abilities that it has. Super OP. Perk 1, Freeze. Cursing a boon totem now makes it active indefinitely until it is cleansed by survivors. Cursed totems cannot be cleansed for the first 60 seconds. You can't bake the cake and eat it too. You ever heard of that sound? Or that saying? You can't protect the curse totem for the 60 seconds that it should have been up and then have it exist indefinitely. That's not how that works. You can't have both. So if you want to make the curse or the boon totem active indefinitely until it's cleansed, which remember, way back up when I was talking about camping basement and all of that with totems, I kind of had an inkling that they were going to do something to undermine the concept that they're trying to put out, to try to give their killer a advantage, which is why I spoke like I did and didn't mention the fact that cursed totems only had that 60 seconds. I waited till last to incorporate that. Had an inkling. Cannot be cleansed for 60 seconds. Remove it. Cursing boon totems make them indefinitely active until it's cleansed by survivors. Now, what I was saying really makes a lot of sense, huh? Camping basement, having that totem there indefinitely. Being able to see survivors run in for saves and things like that, and being able to just walk over and just, boop, I'm taking your guilt now, or bam, going for just a definite hit. Now it all makes sense, right? That's what I'm talking about. I've done this many reviews that I can just predict. what's gonna happen in the future. So for all you naysayers that wanted to comment and were like, well, Q, it says that it has a 60-second cooldown. I don't understand what you couldn't get from this point. Now you realize what I'm talking about. It's funny how things connect together, right? Let's go ahead and delete your comment. And there you go. Indefinitely until cleansed by survivors. First things first, remove the 60 seconds. Now, this goes back to my first statement when I was talking about, is the cursed totems inherent on every killer, or does it consume a perk slot? Which is why I harped about needing to know that. So this is going to take a perk slot keeping them active. Then the totems themselves, or to activate the counter effect of cursed totems, would then take up another perk slot. It wouldn't be bad because, like I said, this killer doesn't even need perks by base and how it's set up. It's very OP. You can run this killer without perks and completely be fine. Which makes 2 perk slots gone. Possibly 1 or 2. I'm gonna say, since it's not defined, that the ability to curse totems is gonna be a perk slot. This will take up the second perk slot. So now you have indefinite totems until cleansed by survivors that are based off what the other survivors are using. If the survivors have something that hides their scratch marks, which that's what you need to look for, the scratch marks appearing. If the scratch marks aren't appearing, then you just snuff the totem and wait for another relight or whatever. Or if it's Circle of Healing, then I suppose you can curse it. I don't know why you would, but you could. I guess it would reduce or take them longer to heal. But generally they're just going to run away to a safe distance and another teammate's going to heal them anyway outside of the range. I guess it gives you that option. So this isn't completely just useless. Self-hate. After hitting a survivor with a basic attack, you become blinded for 15 seconds or until you swing your weapon again. What? You gain 15% haste status effect in all non-survivor related sounds are muffled. Self-hate has a cooldown, 30 seconds. What? What? Then why not just set the blind effect for the amount of time it would take for you to swing twice? Because you're forcing you to swing again for the second time out of no reason at all. Set the blindness status effect for however long it takes for you to swing twice. What? This makes no sense. Why would you even put this in as a concept? You're not even building Survivor. Well, I guess you couldn't do it that way perk-wise anyway. You're not doing anything with this perk. This is literally just sounds like why would you run this when you can replace this for like Ruin or something like this? Why would the devs ever incorporate something this stupid into their game? Do you know how much negative crap that they're gonna get on top of the already negative and memes that they're making? And why would just delete this? Come on, put some more effort into this. Delete this and put something worthwhile there. After you hit a survivor with a basic attack, you become blinded for 15 seconds or until you swing your weapon again. I see that there's a survivor, at least what looks to be a survivor, down below. Generally, at this point in time, I would end the review and not go any farther, because this is obviously now becoming memey and things like that. I generally would click off, not even give them the time of day, even possibly even delete the entire stream and just redo the Jason Voorhees part and upload that as a video. That is actually ridiculous. It's like anybody that was with you and trying to, actually help you and things like that. Like if anybody actually cared to help you and wanted to, help you with your ideas and things like that, would read this and then immediately just dip. At least put something on the end. I couldn't think of another perk, so I put this meme perk there as a placeholder. Or placeholder perk after it or something like bro. I'm gonna move on while I still have motivation. Kicking a generator makes it blocked by the entity for the next 16 seconds. This effect can only be triggered by 60 seconds. It is the same as Ghostface's, but instead of picking up a survivor, it's a generator kick. And it only blocks one particular generator at a time for 16 seconds. So it is a nerf Ghostface perk that has a general activation that you can activate every 60 seconds. Interacting with a block generator unblocks it and traps it for the next 60 seconds. Then why not just make the generator trapped? Why go through the 16-second block if you're just going to remove the block? Which in Dead by Daylight you can't remove blocks, by the way, because it's the entity. The entity is the almighty being there. The entity decides when something gets blocked or unblocked. You don't tell the entity when to unblock something. You have to realize that your killer is a guest invited by the entity to do its bidding. Not in control of it. The entity is in control of it. So kicking a generator traps the generator. Or instead of kicking a generator, you can trap the generator. In replace of that, survivors that interact with trapped generators scream and suffer from incapacitated. Okay. Never mind. There's other perks for that. If all you're trying to get is a scream or an incapacitated status effect or anything like that, there's perks for that. There are better perks of that. There's perks that do other things. There's perks that are activated from different things. Also, if kicking a generator makes it blocked for 16 seconds, that 16 seconds, keep in mind, isn't going to be a regression. Your killer is going to make some sort of animation as opposed to kicking the generator, and it's just going to block the generator for 16 seconds. There is going to be no type of regression there for balancing purposes. So you have to keep in mind with that too. It's just going to be a stall of 16 seconds, not 16 seconds worth of regression. Just like corrupt intervention and things like that. Now, if you run this with Ruin, they can stack up and you can get a regressing blocking generator for 16 seconds. However, you're using 2 perk slots. But, going back to the beginning, This killer doesn't really care about their perk slots. All of the beef is in the powers and things like that. So running a nerfed red tape that just blocks generators for 16 seconds, running ruin on top, getting rid of that trash, running freeze, and then whatever the other perk I said earlier. Those are the four you can run. Or the two, there you go, the two totem perks is what the other one was. Was using the totems separately. The ability, using cursed totems as a separate, and then the indefinite one as that perk is a separate. And then there you go. You got a build, or a base build that you can use until you find things that are better, etc., etc. And I'm going to assume this is a survivor. Boon area control. Press and hold the active ability near a door. Okay. Why does every... Oh my. Boon totems have been around. Boon totems have been around that you don't need to copy and paste to press and hold the ability near the totem to create it. And then the soft chimes and all of that. Boon totems have been around to where everybody knows this information. Just like when you say hex totems. In the beginning, nobody says that in the beginning of a match a hex totem spawns and all of that. This is general information, and if somebody doesn't know what a boon totem is by this time, that's something that they should have to look up on themselves, not something that you should have to include on every boon totem that you want to have. Now you can have like a little in parentheses thing, like maybe above it or somewhere like at the very bottom of your article, for if people want to know what boon totems are, you know, you can put it below or whatever, but don't put boon area control and then boom, immediately put what a boon totem does afterwards. What I want to see after reading this is what the perk does. Save the boon totem information for after that. Because if not, how this reads is boon area control allows you to make boon totems that do absolutely nothing. They just boom. But let's whoop. So boon area control. Survivors inside the boon totem range benefit from the following effects. I'm going to stop you right there. And we are going to go here. And we are going to go, just type in boon. Circle of healing. Notice. A boon that offers comfort amidst terror. It has the beginning, like you had. A boon that gives information. Great. This was very first boon totem. Very first boon totem perks that came out. They're still somewhat fairly new. Just because the devs put everything in like this doesn't mean they're gonna stay like this. Now, they could put this at the beginning of each one to explain where boon totems are, but you should assume, by nature, that you don't have to include this. When the devs go and put everything in, they're going to already do it by base, whether at the beginning, whether at the end, or whatever. Like all the flavor text, you can only bless one totem at a time, things like that. The Dead by Daylight devs are going to put in this generic information at the beginning of everything. You don't need to double down and put everything like this. And notice that how this comes down to this, then there's a space, double space, And then comes down to this, how perk wise, how they have everything set up. Like this. It goes into, your regular, blah blah blah. It goes into bullet points, flavor text, and like this, and it goes boom, the boom, the boom, and everything that you want to add goes from here to here, and then they put your generic flavor text at the bottom like they do in every perk. Same with Shadow Step. Boom, bang, 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 and then boom. Notice all the bullet points and all of this, how the format of this is wrote. This makes things a lot easier to see. And like I said, they'll put all of this flavor text on top. Just include what you want. What you want is the devs to be able to go through, see whatever you're trying to offer, things like that. But if you do elect to flavor text everything and copy what they're saying, etc., etc., keep it the same, keep it uniform. I wouldn't add it at all because everybody knows what boon totems are. And if you don't, then either open the game or do a quick Google search, But the things I'm trying to harp on is if you're making something, the only thing the general public needs to know is this small little bit right here. And if you're changing any of this other flavor text that they have, it needs to be included as well to know that you've changed something. But keep it the format. If you're going to copy it word for word and do what it says, keep it the same format to make it easier to read, as opposed to having it split up and things like this. But like I said, I would take this out because everybody knows what boon totems are and things like that. I would take this out and I would move all of this up to simplify it, and you're not taking up this huge paragraph where you can just simplify that up and move everything else up. But survivors inside the Boom's totem range benefit from the following effects. Their auras are shown to all other survivors. Irrelevant. Their aura reading abilities have their range increased by 6, 7, 8 meters. Arguably irrelevant. If you're looking, well, no, because you already have the totem. What would you want to find with an extra 8 meters? Chests are generally near totems and other set pieces and things like that. So what would you find the extra 8 meters? I guess if Hatch is somehow in that area, you can, and you have an aura reading or something like that, you can maybe if you're using a key, you can get that extra 8 meters to see killer. Maybe that'll help you detect them earlier. It's not anything worth a perk slot. It's basically where I'm coming from. To be able to see the auras of all other survivors, or excuse me, anybody inside of the Boon's totem effects, their auras are shown to all other survivors. Having all other survivors see you, what's the point? There's a perk that if you're working on a generator, it shows, that you're doing it to all the other survivors. I think it shows the aura of the generator, not the survivor. I don't know. Regardless, it lets other survivors know that you're working on that particular generator. So this effect, you're not using it to show that generators and things like that. You're just literally letting survivors know that, hey, I'm here. And if you're running this, generally you'll be running Circle of Healing or something like that, or I don't know. Then if it gets cursed, survivors suffer from blindness and oblivious status effects. So no aura reading and no conception of terror radius. So even though you're making a survivor, you're giving more benefits to your actual killer up above by giving the survivors a crappy perk. That's what's happening here. This is exactly what's happening here. You're buffing your killer by giving your survivor a worse perk. Your killer is super OP, and your survivor isn't even built to deal with your killer and their abilities. So if your survivor can't outlast your killer, then what's going on, man? But you have two more options. Let's see. Perk 2, boom, soft reset. Skip through all the flavor text. They can fully recover from dying state. Survivors outside the totem's range benefit that they can crawl 50% faster when crawling towards the boon totem. Absolutely not. Now, you can make it while they're inside. They can fully recover from dying state and crawl 50% faster while they're inside of that particular totem's area. Now, when cursed, survivors cannot recover or be healed while in a dying state. Friend, I don't think I need to be the one to tell you this, but you can't just stop a survivor from being able to be healed while in the dying state. So they have a bleed out timer and things of that nature. You can't just stop it from happening. You can't stop them from recovering either. That's against the entire game principle. Because at that point, you would literally curse a totem, down the survivor. Please stop calling me. Curse the totem, down a survivor, use... Heck, you could probably run just a backpack build, and as you take survivors down, just throw them in the bag by a totem. Especially, it's like I keep saying, basement. If you can get that effect cursed there, you can just toss survivors all in the basement and they can no longer be picked up till they crawl back out. I mean, come on, man. It's not a good effect to have. And again, being inside gives you the ability to recover from a dying state, but if you're inside the boon's totem radius, I mean, you're probably going to be found by the killer anyway. You're also encroaching within no mither, making it worthless when you can just have a boon sitting there that allow you to get up. So, I mean, there's also that. No mither, unbreakable, other perks like that. You're completely nullifying what they do. Unbreakable, that's the only thing that it does. And now there's a totem that you can just run to if you're in the dying state, or crawl to in this case, and then pick yourself up as soon as you get within its radius. Then you want to make it the way survivors can crawl 50% faster when crawling towards the boon totem. Do you know how exploitable that is? Especially if they're across the map. The killer slugs them and then goes after another survivor. As long as they're pointed in that direction, they're going to crawl extremely fast. and be able to basically change locations completely as to where the killer left them. Effectively being able to hide and or find catch. It also, like I said, rewrites one of the game's core functions and will add in future problems of people wanting boons to have some sort of effect outside of the boon's totem range. Also, actually, nah, I ain't even gonna harp on that anymore. You know what you've done. Take this out. Redo it. Make it something more reasonable. I'm gonna leave it at that. Especially this. Perk 3, Covert Action. While repairing a generator, its aura is no longer shown to the killer. Why? Why? The killer can see every single generator, and if you played the game for a decent amount of time, that actually helps the killer. If they look around and they see all of the generators, which are, for the most part, except for occasional glitch spawns and things like that, scattered about. If I look over on the side of a map and the generator that should be there is not there, or I look over there and I'm like, dang, there's nothing on that side of the map. I wonder what kind of glitch spawn I got this day. Like, no, I'm going to immediately head over there and take out who's sitting there. After hitting or failing a skill check, your aura is shown to the killer for 10 seconds. Hitting a great skill check reduces the duration to 5 seconds. So now, not only are you letting the killer know, unless they're a low MMR killer, but now you're not only letting the killer know that this generator is being worked on by it being removed from the equation, you're now showing the killer where you're at every 5 seconds, or not every 5 seconds, every skill check. Now, if you weren't aware with this, as soon as you hear the skill check sound, that bang, if you immediately let go and you time it properly, you can actually get off of the generator without having to worry about skill checks. So the easy exploit for this, if you're playing against a baby killer that don't know gen locations and things like that, is to simply work on the generator till a skill check pops up and then let go. Grabbing back on the gen, working for a little bit, then letting go. And you can complete the entire generator without worrying about ever having to do a skill check. I didn't even know it was a thing till I played with a friend that kept doing that. And I'm like, bro, why do you keep just randomly letting go of the generator? And he's like, I suck at skill checks, man. So whenever I hear the sound, I just let go and I don't get penalized for it. And I'm like, it's genius, but also you're also wasting time. Like, it's really not that necessary. You're also giving up the ability to hit great skill checks and getting the benefit off of that. Yeah, you agree? It fits the killer more than Survivor? Exactly. So this guy has effectively and efficiently created a killer and survivor that both benefits killer. So, yeah. And since this particular killer doesn't remind me of any type of alternatives, and also it needs almost a brand new rework, I unfortunately can't name it as an alternative for anybody. But I mean, good concept. It can be made great. It just needs to be reworked to benefit the game and not a first-person shooter. time I exit out, there's just another concept on top of another concept on top of another concept. This was from yesterday, though. Well, these are all from yesterday. Alright, let's see. If I leave these for tomorrow, that leaves 1, 2. I wish they deleted that entire form. I looked in there. Possibly 3 things to look at tomorrow. Yeah, I'll save them till tomorrow. I guess next I'll play a round of Ghostface like usual and do what I do. Oh, I have time. A little sound check. Play a round of Ghost. So yeah, I mean, looked at 2 killer concepts. Both can be made into something spectacular if a little bit more effort was put into. And I'm not saying that they're bad creators or anything like that. It just seemed that they started out being enthusiastic, and then by the end of sound warning, by the way, everybody, sound warning. They started out enthusiastic, and by the time they got to the end of it, they were just tired of writing and thinking, and they were just like, I just wanted the end. And then they just kind of half baked the rest of the idea, possibly even hoping to come back to it at a later date. And that's what it all ended up as. Alright, last warning. Sound warning. Sound warning. Turn your sound down. My Dead by Daylight is turned up loud for the reason of me being able to hear everything. Sound warning. Sound warning. I don't have the patience to look up the newest blood code, which probably is another 300,000 blood points. But there probably is a new one out by this time. Those of you that play might be worth looking into. Ghostface. No, that's fine. I can get it. Actually, that's perfect, because if I grab them from hook and immediately heal them, that's 65,000 right there. I do enjoy playing as the Huntress. She is fun. Let's see. Shrine of Secrets. No Way Out. After hooking a survivor for the first time, it gains a totem. Once the exit-gates have been powered... No Way Out. I'm sorry, my goddamn controller keeps sliding the thing to the side, and I'm looking at that as opposed to looking at the perk. There. When a survivor interacts with an exit gate, you receive a loud noise notification. The entity blocks the exit gate for 12 seconds, plus an additional 6 seconds for each token in your possession. So you get 12 seconds by base if you've hooked a survivor, then 6 seconds per each token. That hooked with the Blood Warden can actually be just absolutely disgusting. I actually forgot that the trickster had this perk. Is it Rancor? That is Rancor. Oh no. So basically how Rancor works, besides, you know, the ability to see each other and all of that, skipping all that, the bread and butter of this is once generators are completed, the spirit in this case can kill their obsession. Absolutely disgusting. And the funny thing about this is, as it says, the killer can only be obsessed with one survivor at a time. If another survivor, well, I haven't tested this, but theory crafting wise, but you can probably just look it up. If you have Rancor and you kill the obsession, and then you go to another survivor that has decisive that switches the obsession over to them, is that an instant double Mori? Or does it deactivate afterwards? I don't know. I've never tested it with the spirit. I don't even own the spirit on this account. So I don't know. And I don't have my PlayStation anymore, so that'll have to sit in darkness or until I look it up. Fast track. Whenever a survivor is hooked, you get a token. You consume all tokens after getting great skill checks. You get a 1% bonus for each token. Urban evasion. Everybody knows urban evasion. No Way Out and Blood Warden is actually disgusting. Rancor, actually disgusting. Fast tracks, meh. Urban evasion. I used to run urban evasion on my NAM every time without a thought. You can get so many stealth plays using it. Urban evasion is extremely powerful if a killer walks up to a generator and kicks it while you're still hiding behind it. Because then if they elect to check around the generator, you can just urban evasion around to the other side and they never see you. Well, rarely see you. Very, very rarely see you. Pumpkins? Pumpkins. What is this? Who's the spooky ghost under the sheet? Survivor. Oh, it's a charm. I thought it was like a sheet that you can put over a survivor's head. Now that, my friends, would have been amazing. I have no challenges to do with Ghostface or anything like that, so, we gonna run in. As always, unless states otherwise, I don't run any add-ons. Sometimes I'll run an offering. Why not, since the event's on? I use Huntress's Lullaby, Starstruck, I'm All Ears, and Thrilling Tremors. Like I just talked about on the last thing, Thrilling Tremors. When you pick up a survivor, it blocks all survivors for 16 seconds. All generators being affected have a white aura. If any survivors working on a generator, that generator won't be blocked, so you know exactly where survivors are working on generators at. Very good. I'm all ears. If somebody does a rushed action within 48 meters of you, they'll have the location revealed for 6 seconds. Starstruck. If you pick well, it says while carrying, but I'm not entirely sure. I've been starstruck by somebody carrying another survivor, but there's other times where I haven't been starstruck. So I don't know if it's bugged, or for me, the time that there was a bill right there in front of me that I slapped with somebody in my arms that didn't go down. And he didn't have anything like soul guard or anything like that. So I don't know. Starstruck for me works if they're nearby when I initially pick them up. They get exposed. Starstruck for some people whenever they get anywhere near you in their terror radius after picking somebody up. They then get exposed. So that's... And then the Huntress's Lullaby. Each time you hook a survivor up to 5 times, the audio cue that they get before the skill check comes is reduced. At 5 hooks, you get 5 tokens, and there's no longer an audio cue warning. I run it because of the matchmaking system. You'll generally get 2, sometimes 1 person that just is new to the game or hasn't really mastered skill checks without the audio cue. Or you'll pull somebody else that heavily relies on audio cues to do skill checks. And they'll blow generators the entire match if your totem doesn't spawn in a bad place. Which is always the thing when it comes to Dead by Daylight, their totem system. You can get a perfect totem spawn that's just absolutely amazing, that nobody ever finds. Or the survivor can be spawned right in front of the totem and you lose the pearl right at the start. So depending on where totem spawns, I generally will run over and check just to make sure nobody's actually seen the totem. This way, if they have, I know who I need to target and punish for touching my goddamn totem. You was smart. Not smart enough to look at me, though. Always. If Ghostface isn't immediately up your butt chasing you, always look at him. Always. Remember what I said earlier? That generator back there is being worked on. Unfortunately, I hooked them in the wrong spot. They're going to find my totem, so I just need to be quick about what I do. I don't even know this. I see that you're scared, by the way. I just kicked it and I just touched it after I kicked it. Unfortunately, I have to go back to this totem and make sure it's protected. It being in a bad spot's really screwed me over here. Bad shame. Ah! You're not gonna wiggle? Okay. Ah! Thanks for not wiggling. Now you want to wiggle. Now that you've screwed your team over. Actually, ridiculous. I was in a forum where people were like, you should always wiggle, blah, blah, blah. And I was trying to understand some situations it don't matter. In that situation, he should have been wiggling his butt off. And the other guy should have got far away from me after that Starstruck popped up. If I was smart here, I would camp in between them and prevent them from being picked up, getting the two-piece there. I'm not try-hard Ghostface right now, so I'm just going to chill and have some fun. Maybe smash some pumpkins, get a little haste. 3-gen situation, those 3 are probably the best. This one, and that one. So if anything, I want to try to protect my totem and then protect those 3 generators over. And just keep forcing them to work on those generators. If I can keep them pushed to that side of the map, generally I won't have to worry about any type of totem breakage. At least not yet. They took the time to heal. Oh, somebody looked at me. Nope. Somebody panicked and ran. Oh. I had to say, sir, I can't have you running towards my totem. I will have to immediately terminate you if you do. So that's my methodology into the basement. I need to destroy this. Are there any other doors that could stop me? No. Oh, he got killed, so that means there's somebody else nearby. See? I can't have you doing all of these things over here. I need you to go back to your other side of the map. Also, I don't even know why I followed that, because I have my perk that'll show me. Nope, y'all need to go to the other side of the map. Wasn't a grab. Okay then. That's good. Definitely wasn't a grab though. Nah. I have to hook you to get your buddies over here to save you. So those are fine. They're working on that one over there. Perfect. I knew you were out here, but I didn't think you went that way. I figured you doubled back when I kicked the door. What? Really? Starstruck value? What? That's 5, so now they no longer have skill check ratings. Are you the one that I have time on? See, if I would let you put your med kit down, I would have had to let you go. I had to knock you until you'd have pointed or done anything. I had to let you go. I don't necessarily want to let you go. I never want to let you go. Unfortunately, that's going to bring them back over to this side of the map, but at this point it don't matter. They're all within death hook. I don't even need that hex totem anymore. Thrill of the hunt value. Oh, you shouldn't have hard it. Now I can track you no matter where you go. Starstruck fool, what are you doing? Oh no! Johnny, no! I've hidden you with Starstruck before. Why are you trying to jump in front of her? It's her first hook. I gave him the old yes or no. He said no, he don't want to be sacrificed. Fair enough. I am stuck on something.
Oh!
Gonna offer me something? You're not gonna offer me anything. I'm more infected. Goodbye, sir. Say Bill's probably next. The other Dwight, if I see him, I'll bring him over to the totem to get broken. Oh, I'm supposed to be smashing pumpkins, aren't I? There you are. Oh, if you're using deception. Thank you. Oh, yes. I got you to drop this pallet, baby. Yeah. Stuck. Kill shacks on the corner of the map. Ah! You don't think? Definitely not. It ain't she highlighted it. respect you for trying, Bill, but Jesus Christ. Bill. Bill, my man. Bill, my man. Oh, you don't want either. Will you save your own life, or will you...
Ah!
Actually. No? God. Big. You're gonna come with me if you want to accomplish this in both aspects of that. What are you... Jill? See the totems. Jesus. Is that 2 or 3? I need to get that. I need to find you something. Smash. I think that's 3. It's 4. If there was one in here, I didn't see it the first time. There's a totem in there. So generally, one of the spots you want to check is Kill Shack for a totem. If you're looking for one. For like inner strength or something like that. Kill Shack totem's one that you can, for the most part, safely take out unless basement's under it. Then you'll need to be a little bit more careful with your picks and choices and things like that. But if basement ain't anywhere near it, then you can definitely take out Kill Shack when most people only use it for a loop. And then they bounce out. So it's not really necessary to have like Circle of Healing or anything now. And trust me, if you do put Circle of Healing there and a lot of people are there healing and the killer walks in, you are going to create a situation where survivors are just non-stop slapping into each other and sandbagging each other to escape. And somebody's going to get mad because they go down because of it. There's another totem. Am I really going to get 4 out of 5 here? Game, please. Game! You can't do this to me, baby. make me come say goodbye to you. And the last thing. For those of you who are curious about why I do what I do, notice safety pit, all of these. As long as you get up into this area, you're not going to be negatively affected by anything. In fact, because I got past the safety pit and got this, point-wise, I still picked up, as you can see, grade progress +1. As long as I get here, I get that grade up regardless. I don't get the 2, which I mean I could have farmed instead of looking for pumpkins and things like that to get my score up that far. Proximity to the Hook Survivor, -2. Survivors escape grass, -6. Injuries healed, -39. Things like that. So I'm being nice to them, but I'm also getting my score because both of these are iridescent metals. And that's a gold medal. That's just your basic silver. If I would have hooked all the survivors and started, you know, doing devout things like that, I would have easily gotten this high. I could have easily at the end there hooked another one of them and had the other one save them and then send them on the way, because I know that Jill had another hook she could have taken. Did she? Yeah, I think I didn't hook Jill the second time. Yeah, she had another hook. But I still progressed one grade and got a pip on my rank, and still being chill and letting children escape. So the new ranking system isn't necessarily that bad. You don't need to have 4 kills every single round to move on until you get a lot higher. Right now I'm only bronze 1 and I won't have to worry about this till, I don't know, if I keep getting the scores I get, I probably won't have to worry about that till actual iridescent rank, because it's the same throughout gold. As long as I'm getting past that area, I'll at least get the safety pip or remain the same or get the +1. And like I said, you can be a chill killer all the way up to gold area until you actually have to start trying, and in there you really don't have to try that much. You really want to get up and at them and get those 4 pieces and things like that once you hit the iridescent rank. That's basically your try-hard rank. It is very easy to rank up in Dead by Daylight, which I like. Compared to other games. Compared to other games. Because you don't really have to try that hard to get there. You just have to put in the time. Anybody that's iridescent in a low rank means they put in the time, put in the hour, and have the skill to get down that level. And yes, skill, even if you're hook camping as Bubba in the basement, hook camping takes skill to allow survivors not to just come in, save that last person, and then escape, like you see in so many YouTube videos. You have to have the knowledge to do that. And the only way to gain knowledge to do that is to, well, do it. Camping is not very toxic. Base camping is because you're literally breaking terms of service to get a basically forced kill on a survivor that nobody can do anything about. And you're going out of your way to be nasty towards this person because they've offended you in some level. Also, that perk that I just looked at. When unhooking a survivor, they won't lose blood, gain hate status, and things like that. I just did a review about a perk similar to that, but it was that perk, but buffed. So I don't have a lot of knowledge of the newer perks. During PTB, I grabbed a few of them because they were available, but I didn't have a chance to go through the entire roster. And I never went through to see what was added to the game since PTB. So if there are perks that are like that, and I'm saying that they're unbalanced and things like that and are already incorporated, you can still use that as a specific line. I didn't see the actual percentages clearly on that, but after this round, I definitely want to go back and see what's up there. Yeah, I figured. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. Hope I have good luck. Funny thing is, I actually have my sensitivity and all that lower. I forgot to turn it back up. But I mean, during that game, I really didn't need the enhanced gear or anything like that. It's kind of a one-up hold. Because I kept them corralled properly. But yeah, perks does a really good perk for survivors that are open. The survivors that know the game, know the new generators and things like that, is completely useless against. But I gotta say, people now type survivors. Oh, it's so good. Again, I should have never stayed and did that generation early on, but I'm just kind of lax playing right now. I'm not trying to try hard, find the second generator, get 3 gen pop and all that. Gen rush traps. I'm just trying to chill out. I need to be careful here because I haven't heard a tear radius. Never mind. But I was going to say I haven't heard a tear radius and there's a pallet here that's down. Which means this is probably another survivor's loot that they were in. Unfortunately, I interrupt that person's loot and make them run a different direction, which could result in a down and cause a move. I should have, yeah, there it is. I should have seen that pallet drop turn around and look in a different direction so she could run there, but I mean, if I was her, I would have ran it anyway. There's a set right here that they could have just immediately went through, and I could have just killed it back on the ground. Now that's what I'm talking about. This survivor just got hooked. This survivor was immediately getting ready to go for the run up. Why? Give the killer time to leave. We'll work on a generator. Get Jim down there. Quit messing around with that. You should have never left that Jim while that survivor was being hooked. If the killer ran over next to him, you should have tried to lead the killer away, as opposed to running back towards the survivor that was previously hooked. That's bad gameplay. You gotta kind of think about those things. Yeah, this was definitely part of our almost infinite loot, but the survivor killer wasn't breaking pallets. I'm just gonna leave. That's the worst thing that could happen at this moment. There again, going for another immediate unhook instead of getting time on Jim. She has Kendrick. You can see how close the killer is to her. Work on Jim till the killer goes away. That's not hard. Give the killer time to leave the area. Quit pressuring that hook so the killer stays around. You're just killing that survivor on the hook. They gotta be a survivor friends out of team. This is the worst kind of play that I've seen. This is how I also get my Starstruck values, so keep it up. I enjoy free Starstruck values. Now there's no word trading, that's no word trading. We traded from her getting camped to him getting camped. They're always going to have somebody on the hook doing what they're doing. And that's how newer survivors always play. Somebody stays on the hook at all times. Why? When you can chase the killer away and everybody can be on the hook. I'm going to finish this gym. This should bring the killer over towards me. I'm going to get her attention and try to lead her away. Nope, it looks like another survivor's training her right next to the other killer, or survivor. I just coincidentally saw all the time. Don't work on the generator. You're on your last hit. Don't be stupid. Go to a far generator. You see what I did there? All I did was lead her away good enough for them to be able to get in and get something. I'm hoping that one of them had borrowed time or something like that to help him get away. What's really happening, yeah, don't even have to say it, there you go. He's being tunneled, she helped him for a second and she hugged out. All of this could have been gym time, he could have been out of here. Since the killer's a tunneler, use the hang time. If these gyms done, doesn't matter, he can escape with all four people. Even if he goes down, we'll save him for him. Especially because I have no plan. One of us needs to sneak around because he's going to get hooked over there. Ooh, we should get that one too. Oh, he's going basement. That's beautiful. That's right in between both exit gates. We can go either way. I'm going to risk the hit and try to open this. Is what I'm going to do. I might even take 2 hits and go down just so they can get him out of that basement. Afterwards, I'm going to go down, get the borrowed time grab, use my dead heart to get past him and go down right outside the door. All they need to do is save Kill Shack Pallet to save me. And Kill Shack Pallet to You should be not ahead of me right now, but sure. Where are you going? Where are you going? The exit? Exit that way. And why was the person with no hooks left the person that was running around doing these things? Go, Bill, go! I did that for you, buddy. You better get your butt out of here. Since I have no hooks there, I'm going to rely on the survivor to unsave me. I have dead hard, so as long as he grabs me, I can get that hard out of here. I have a lot of hang time. As soon as this person takes their time and grabs me, we're good. I can sacrifice myself there. Tried to get some quick grabs and borrowed time. I should have waited for the hit, but my 8 seconds was running out. That's me being cheeky at the end. So what I did wrong there is, after she took that initial swipe, I should have immediately grabbed him there. That would have been enough time. Then he would have had to borrow a time hit, and I would have had a dead hard, plus the other endurance status effect that I had to get out of that. I misplayed it. Then I doubled down on trying to get a quick unhook while she turned away. So that's my fault that we both got sacrificed. We should have both gotten out of there. And even if she would have hit one of us, we would have had borrowed time. I wasn't even aware that he was already injured. I thought he was fully health state and I didn't check. So when he went down after saving me, even though I tried to take the borrowed time hit, he ran past me instead of behind me. And ended up getting tagged. I attempted to get in between there, but I couldn't. He should have unhooked me and then put me in between both of them to where she would have had to hit me. Then I would have used the speed boost to escape, possibly even stayed and used my dead hard to even cover him with a hit. So, I mean, it ain't 100% my fault, but it's mostly my fault. I could have salvaged that, is where it became my fault. Like the Bill running out of Kill Shack. If he would have just gotten slapped as soon as he walked out of the door, it's like, come on. Use your teammates' health states to your advantage. You should have let me go first, and if she was there, I could have escorted him towards the exit door and taken that hit. And possibly even dead-harded through a second hit, if it came down to it. Then, he should have just chilled at the exit door until she chased him out, which would have gave us a lot more time to get some sort of plan as opposed to just leaving. I don't blame him for leaving, it was the smart thing to do. But having a third person there would have helped as well. Even though I told him to leave, he still should have saved, regardless of what I said. Then, rewinding even back further, the Thing Men, or the Thing, shouldn't have been engaging the killer. Or you're really running no either right now. Okay. The Thing Men shouldn't have. Okay, look though. Shouldn't have antagonized the killer when you're injured and have a flashlight and they've been tunneling you all day. Like, you shouldn't have engaged in that chase. You basically just killed yourself. So The reason I ran away from the other 3 survivors is, per survivor working on that generator, we are losing time overall unless any of them have perks to supplement it. None of them had perks, so we were just losing gen time. So now we're going to have 1 gen pop at a decent time. My gen's behind because I have to look and find, so we're going to have a delayed 2 popper. And we're behind. Plus, somebody's running no miter and doesn't understand this. So we're even farther behind health states and hook states. He's running a 4. I'll keep that in mind. I should have been able to escape that by regularly running. Gotcha. Alright, well, evasive maneuvers. I learned something. I'm also going to stay injured now because Dead Heart has no use. So with no miter, might actually been the use of be running Dead Heart because Dead Heart has no use than him being at full health and becomes the chainsaw boy. What if he gets mouse 1 and then there's Dead Heart? It's a gamble. I'd rather have the Dead Heart as a means to escape that chainsaw. Which you just got to Speed boost? Dang it. I'm just glad I didn't have to play this game against the Ghostface. Or this map against the Ghostface. I'm not even going to bother to go for that rescue. And I'm going to tell you why. Because he's running no miter. Even if he's leaded the game and didn't understand what no miter was, I'm still not going to pick you up. No miter is considered hard mode amongst the elitists, and trash to the rest of the people. There are some people that like no miter, but I'm not going to go out of my way to unhook somebody that can immediately go back down even by my fire time. He's not going to really be able to provide much to us presence anymore. Like that trade is devastating us. We lost somebody who had full health skills, possibly even had that health too, or something of the sort, in place of somebody who had no mind, and prevalent that had fight. I gotta stick to the game. I wish we could stay too. There we go. Should have panicked. Didn't panic. Come on, come on. Don't even ask me how that works. Come on, where's your chainsaw? Nope, you can smash one. God. Dang it, I was hoping he wouldn't have mouse on me. Actual sensible leather face about chainsaw 100% of the time. And oh my well, the fact of how slow they're going means I'm basically boned here. One should have sprinted over to that unlock as quick as possible. Come on, he's being chased. Come on, what are you doing? Door's already been unlocked. Y'all screwing up. She's giving up her life for this, and you're saying that. That's a hook gun. Knockout would have been done. What is going on? Okay, she somehow escaped. I'm leaving now. Oh, he's right there. He ain't smart enough to check over here. Are you on hatch or something? Okay. Or are you trying to dead harden style? He left. That should have been 2 escapes. I played the first one dumb. This one wasn't that bad. I forgot to check and see if he was corded. I mean, I know he was corded, but I want to know which ones you're using. Bum, 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 bum. Bad. Also, for those of you who messaged me before, I do realize that I can get a larger audience base and all of that going off of Twitch. Twitch is the way to go, especially streaming DBD and things like that. But I'm not particularly looking to get Twitch famous and, you know, going through and having to keep that specific stream schedule and basically putting in the hours. I don't want to. With this, if I ever get tired of streaming or any whatnot, doing these reviews, I can just stop. The videos are documented, and I ain't gotta worry about any of that, and they're always there for future people to see. Maybe somebody will see the concept that I had before, or the opinion will get popular somewhere down the road, then people will start searching it and come to my videos in the future, and it'll give them, you know, a base of ideas and things, you know. People will find my stuff looking at other people's things and contribute to the creation for them. I'm just trying to bolster the numbers that we have at Dead by Daylight. I don't necessarily have to be the one that gets behavior's attention for things like this. It can be somebody else. I don't... Like I said, I'm not credit hungry. I don't have to be the guy that pioneered a new system or anything like that. I just want a system to be in place. Whether it's similar, whether it's the same, whether it's completely different. I just would like a new system to incorporate smaller end killers, so it's not always, you know, contractual killers and things like that. Some people, it would make their world to see their creation played in the game. And if, you know, behavior and all that was to get a hold of me or somebody else that does, you know, creations and things like that, where immediately, like, you know, we're more than happy to incorporate in the game, we just don't have the resources to do it. Then, I mean, I can find you the resources. You know what I'm saying? I can get people together. to do the SFM models because I know people. I know people that know how to edit game files and do things like that. Stop dual ginning, son. Stay on your own gin. But I know people that can do things like that. If manpower is the issue or not having the resources or capitalization, stuff like that is the issue, then I know people who work for free and bring, all these killers and things to light. And then from there, we can just submit the things through, like an open workshop or something like that, or even to behavior itself, and start incorporating these things. So, if it comes down to money, skill, or needing talent or something like that, or, if you're working on a big project, let us know. We can put a group together that can push out these concepts. They're not going to be super flush and things like that, but if you have the basic concept that you can work with and then adjust to your game how you want, that's a lot quicker. Like I said, you can put it in alternative pillars, just a separate thing. Experimental, try at your own risk, even include them just in public test betas, During the public test betas, you can try these alternative pillars as well. And see if the public likes any of it, and then you can make other pillars, new pillars, the concepts from them. These are the stepping stones you have to. In fact, the people in if they just want more things that they can do in the game, more killers, more survivors, implement. That means it has to only go through QTASTIC till it gets approved by behavior and they have time to flush things out. So be it. Beggars can't be choosers. Well, except for that. I don't know, man. We just need some sort of go-ahead that enables us to do what we need. Once we get the go-ahead, I know it's going to be a gigantic change for Dead by Daylight. New things are going to have to be implemented, but 5 years old, let's go. Oh no, the double landing. You can't do that, game. Not the double landing. Oh man, I hit that little ladder looking thing right there and then landed at the bottom of my hand when I ran, which caused me to get the double staggered. If I hadn't double staggered, I would have gotten to that path and continued that chase. Did get a gym done in the meantime and some progress on nothing over there, but man, that sucks.
Yeah.
This is a bad idea, but since I have dead hard. Up, I'm gonna immediately jump over and hope he don't hit me. If he does hear me, I'm gonna beg and plead for my life. He got the Devourer of Hope. I'm going to immediately keep doing gems. I remember I'm already injured. Everybody's basically injured. Devour Hope really does nothing in this situation. I'm gonna get back downstairs without having to. There we go. Probably should check these areas for a photo. Please, give it to me. No, no use to that. There you go. Hinder. Ooh. I'm glad I predicted that happening, because Jesus. Well, not predicted, heard that it was happening. I gotta have my dead heart back. I would go for the save, but it's too risky. Any of these pallets been wrecked yet? No. Secret room, by the way. You can open this shack. If you do things in a particular order, that door right there opens. There's an Easter egg inside. Look it up if you've never seen it. It's pretty cool. Oh, she went that way. That's what it is. Down that way. I got off and I went that way, but I mentally thought to go that way. I got my directions confused. Yeah, walk in by and place my timer, please. No? Okay. Why are you healing? Or are you on a generator? Y'all better not be healing. Yeah, they are healing. Are you kidding me? I'm about ready to die because these knuckleheads are healing. Really? We're healed during Devour Hope now. No. He has devoured a freaking hope. You don't understand what we're dealing with right now. Come on, I looped backwards. You know what? You deserve this. None of us did generate. There you go. I got the safety pip, so I didn't lose anything. Holy. As much time as we wasted. By the time we got his Devour Hope, we essentially had only one gen left. I thought it was a djinn over there that they were doing all that time, but it was a totem. If I knew it was the Bower of Hope totem, I probably wouldn't have even approached it. But the fact that everybody was trying to heal while Devour Hope was active just blew my freaking mind. He's going to take us all down and Moria us, like, just... boys. Just... oh, boy. I mean, I understand why this game doesn't have text chat or voice chat anymore. Believe it or not, there was a small period of time where this game had voice chat. Very, very small period of time. Didn't last very long. People were toxic. People were racist. People were saying dumb things. There was also a text function part of this game. Now, I don't know if the text function was implemented as part of the game or if it was just a side mod that somebody else made. I don't remember, but I think it was implemented into this game. There was the ability to text. That wasn't in the game long, because same things. If you allow people to talk, they always say ignorant things. And it was always the same thing. They would talk trash to the killer, then get face camped. As soon as they got face camped, they would start shouting out racial slurs and other derogatives because they were mad because they couldn't keep their mouths shut. But it would be nice to have some form of way to communicate that, you know, but I guess Survive with Friends is that way. I don't know. I'm just mad the fact that they took the time to build during the Bower of Hope. You alright, bro? You know I'm about to hit you with this pallet and dip, right? No. You tried to mind game me. You should not have been able to hit me through that. Break this down. Get back in. I no longer have any type of healing perks. Well, I mean, I guess I have renewal / second wind, but not that great. And I guess he left me alone. I don't even need to look at him if he's chasing me because I'm already injured. Here is that jungle gym department that we were talking about with the infinite. Where you go up through this way, you can jump through, you can run back through, and take this pallet, or you can do the left, right up that other wall. LT modified, aka jungle gym. This is the jungle gym style. Run up this way, then after you jump, you can fake left and right, or keep running back through the window over and over, or run straight through and use the pallet and do a long route. I just thought I'd point that out because I'm doing nothing right now, and the space needs to be good. So in theory, if he does come this way, I I want to jump through that window and then fake left and right until I find out which way he's going to try to counter me and go the opposite way. Come back through this pallet and try to get a, either go around all the way to behind and jump back through to complete it this way, or jump back through and run around whichever way it takes the opposite way. Boom. He's coming around this way. He's faking. Ooh, that was smart. I can't fake window. There's a wall there. I can't fake window. No. No. Oh no. I'm so upset. What I was gonna do is act like I was vaulting that window and I was gonna fake it by turning out. But there was a wall there to keep you from faking in that window. So in theory, there's nothing that I could do in that situation except try to fake back or take the medium ball and hit. God damn it. And the reason I went down because of that is because I wasn't paying attention to this man stand. I was too busy trying to explain how to run this loop. Really? Thank you. Please take her down and hook her. That's what we're doing now, huh? No, you know, I ain't even gonna reveal it. Go ahead and do your thing, son. You deserve that down. Why are you gonna pull me when the killer's right behind you chasing you? You deserve that down. Do not trade it. Hey, bro. Hey. Oh, there's usually a wall back here. There we go. So what I just did there is I faked the loop because I know he likes to fake left and right a lot. And I just left the loop instead of playing mind games with him. I just left. So now, he can fake himself in that particular situation. Because as you can see when I was talking last time, he was faking the heck out of me. He's probably in stealth mode now somewhere around. Nope. He's not even using his stealth mode. Okay. Right over here and come past me again. I'm not even going to get rid of him. Nope, he didn't. He took her that way. Oh my. I mean, I don't necessarily need to. Nah, I mean, like, he's actually going to come around. Why would you follow me into this corner? You ruined us both. There you go. Go after your injured prey. I don't have a flashlight. I'm surprised he didn't immediately come back over and harass me. He must have thought that I just absolutely positively bailed. You have borrowed time. Quit panicking. I don't need the heal. You take the heal. I have dead hard. Lisa, I wish you would stop trying to hit me. How did you get the broken status effect immediately after? Hopefully I can get his attention. See, you think you're slick, but you always go for fakes. Now, when you eventually do try to come up here, all I'm going to do is hop down behind you and go. You see? You see how that works? You see how that works? That's fun. Do what you want, Mr. Ghostface. I just need to keep your attention, which I lost. How did you lose me? I got more loops I want to run you in. So he knew she was in that locker, huh? The fact that she stayed there kind of perplexes me as well. We also let our other teammate die, unfortunately. Whoops, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, fuck it, I don't need that hard. He's nearby. You see that donkey? How he swiped? Obviously missed me. And then like 2 seconds later the server's like, man, I think you got hit, bro. That's Tom Flounder right there. I literally seen my capture perfectly where his knife is switched across, missed me, and then a second later it was like, it was like some enemy. wish you would have gave me a flashlight. Are you gonna go for an immediate hook? He's lost his mind. You knew where I'm at. Baby. Oh no! I didn't mean to dead hard, dude. I missed my right stick when I was trying to turn and dead hard. I wanted to run dead hard up the stairs, go over and use that lead, which was a guaranteed escape. No! I had it all planned out, too. I'm so upset. There's my survivor on the books. I need... Did I need heals or something on top of it? Oh no, I changed that challenge. Since I'm not apt to go after their main on hooks, I'm gonna change this string. Nobody's really running the boom totem here. All the people are like, boom totems are too powerful, blah 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 blah. It's like, that's why the PTB, it was testing during then. And guess what? Nobody uses them. Just like anything else that was, I don't want to do any of this. Just like anything else that's implemented to any game, and there's change, people are going to bitch about it. Why are you forcing me to heal? Never mind, I guess I'll switch back to reset and win. Yes, I might as well grab a med kit on top of that. So, do I have anything better? No. That'll increase that. That'll... Oh, I need to add back in the 8 charges that are gone. There you go. That's 2 heals. No, 16 charges. I'm not running streetwise. It feels odd that I'm not running my build that I actually... Oh, this is what I want to talk about. When you unhook a survivor, they won't leave scratch marks or pools of blood. They gain a 7% haste status effect for 4 seconds. You see the killer's aura for 8 seconds. Interesting. So that's the type of perk that that other person was trying to balance upon. So instead of what I said previously about that perk, there's already a perk that exists that does that. It is kind of odd that you're giving them a haste status effect and getting rid of their pools of blood and things like that. I understand that, it's anti-tunneling. The person I'm talking about, their perk was if you take a protection hit for somebody, they'll get the haste status effect of 7% for like, it was like 10 or 20 seconds, it was something ridiculous. That's what it was. This perk here already takes that into consideration and is already an anti-tunneling perk. You don't need to increase their speed by any more than it's already been increased for that perk. Yeah, it gave somebody an endurance status effect, and then it gave the other person a haste status effect. Tomorrow's stream, I might just go over the new perks that they have introduced into the game. I don't know. This is why creators pre-plan this and have all their content that they want to get done set up. And then they just go with the flow, basically. But you can't plan the improv. Especially if you're playing a heavy RNG game like Goose Game, where it's RNG on what your roles are. But you can affect that RNG by only giving content roles. That was the most awkward encounter I think I've had with this color. Well, I mean, if you're gonna sit here, take the hit, matters. Also, macho. If you get hit and you fall through a window, you still keep the speed. There's your proof right there. Why would I ever do that? Oh, he caught me on the... I should have pre-dropped. I should have. That was the plan. I was hoping I could get on this ramp because I didn't know his attack to hit me up. But he hit me before I got to it. It should have been close if I think about it. This little Ooga Booga really does nothing. Half of it disappears when you move. Very bad. Plus you can just pass through it. So there's really no point in doing that. At a higher rank. Low rank they'll just run into it. And usually I'll run into it because I just don't care. It don't really give me any type of noticeable negatives. I kind of want him to chase me again. Generally, you don't want to teleport somebody to one of the boxes unless you have a reason to. Like him teleporting somebody. Why did she just run out in front of him like that? That's weird. But, you know, if you have two survivors in front of you, you'll want to teleport him away to chase the other survivor. He had nobody over by him, and he just straight up teleported through to the other side of the map. Basically gives us a free unhook. I mean, I couldn't see the entire map, but at the point when I was looking at him and all of that, nobody else was really over there. Only thing, by the way. Notice how I'm not immediately running over there or shooting his head cut off to get the save. I'm using the amount of hang time that I have to finish this generator, or at least get it close. See? He's gonna need to go back over. Well, now he's gonna punish me because he found me before he found him. That's a hit. That's fine. I wanted to get back to this one. This is what I want to do. He can no longer hit me with this ranged attack as long as I'm up into the air. This is how the end of that chase should have happened. This. You son of a gun. I need that health state like now. I'm dead hard. I bet you did. I didn't even get the exhausted that hard either. It just completely nullified my use of it. So, I'm already at the point where I know I'm going to die unless I basically play out this game. So I'm just going to start this generator and give them the greatest chances of success, while also maximizing my score increase at the same time. So I shouldn't be penalized for dying here. You like it, the booty, don't you? Distance though. I'm surprised he didn't hook me there, and I'm surprised nobody got healed and saved and all of that. My next move is to make him jump over this and then make him open that lock and possibly get another jump. This is, oh my, I didn't think you felt this way, Pigman. Oh, Jesus. Can I show this? Why are you running? He's obviously semi-peaceful. Fuck that bitch. Let me heal you. Let me heal you. Stop following her. Fine, you two can touch your own butts. I'm gonna go make him finish the job. You realize the three of us being here, we're looking at a very, very reduced field time. We're not losing that much game time here. You know where we're going. said, I've already resolved myself to die. If you keep messing with me, you're gonna lose that gem. Oh, this guy. If they didn't finish that gen by then, shame on them. They don't deserve this hit. There. Jesus. Don't go straight for the nearest exit gate. You're dead. Goodbye. Meg, you might need to help a sister out there. Nope. He broke off pursuit. Interesting. He could have easily made it there, used his range attack to either stop David or force David to kill him right now. Fair enough. Like I said, I gave him the option of getting that one kill or to patrol that generator we were all on. He finally committed. If I would have had a head-on rush, now that would have been absolutely hilarious. Yep, I actually got a rank up. So that means I lost rank in one of the early games I played. And I lost one rank there. Or was it over? No, it was over the Switch, so yeah, I ranked up. Another example of you don't always have to escape to rank up. Just do the things you need to do. And get out of there, Carl. Get out of there. Increases the speed that you heal others by 35%. Interesting. I only use those with syringes and stippig agents. I really want to run a flashlight though, but 25% healing will drop that down to what? 4, 8, 12 charges. That is the worst math I think I've ever heard in my life. 16 charges. Around there. I don't know. What's 1/4 of 24? That would be 6. Jesus Christ. You take it down to 18 charges. Which is basically 16 charges or 1 full health state. After the 25% decrease. Well, now this decreases med charges. No, it decreases by 8 and increases healing speed by 25. I have it backwards. Completely wrong. So it's going to have 16 charges, which is 1 heal state, but it'll heal 25% faster. If it's stackable with the 35%, you should be looking at a 60% increase in healing speed. 65% of healing speed. It takes 16 seconds to generally heal another survivor. 25% of it being faster is 4 seconds. That's 12 seconds. And another 35% is going to be another like 6 seconds. So if it stacks, you should be able to heal somebody in 6 point whatever seconds. So let's just say 7 seconds. It's just rough and rounded math. It's not exact, so it's going to be somewhere 6-7 seconds. Possibly even 8, because I rounded everything. Well, now it's going to be below half the time because you have 65%. If it's 16, half of that's 8. So yeah, it's going to be 6 or 7 seconds. Keep it simple, stupid. And if you really are in the hardcore math, the other 5% of anything's a 20th of it. And since there's at a 16, each percent's a little less than 1. So you're looking at like 0.75 and some change. For that 5%. So then you take the 8 minus 0.75 and some change, and it ends up being 7 and some change. So you're looking at 7 and some change. It should take, if both effects stack on that med kit, to heal a survivor from full. Keep in mind that it's other survivors. It doesn't include yourself. Yourself, it still only takes 16 seconds. Or no, it says it just unlocks the self-care ability with a medkit. But I'm pretty sure medkit takes it down to around 16. It could be 32 seconds. I've gotten so many numbers in my head that I've confused myself. Thank God the round has started. Somebody flush that out and make that make sense. Generally, I'd write all of this down. Oh no, an immediate hex totem spawn on Coldwind Farm. I might just DC'd at that point. That's actually worst case scenario. If you want Ruin on a map or something like that, it's this map. If you want Hunted Ground on this, it's this map. I think he might have dinged off me. I'm looking around, but I also am in cornfield. You can't really see. Nope, wasn't me. That means you looked at least 2 different people there. Yeah, I think there's at least 2 different people on that generator to get that level 3 prop. So they screwed up trying to stick that generator and finish it. Let me get to tier 3. Now he has essentially a haunted ground plus whatever add-ons he has off of that. If that totem would have been haunted grounds from the start, he would have gotten that plus a 99% tier 3. Which is 2 minutes of basic tier 3 going after us. So this could have been either way, depending on what perks he was running at that point. So it sucks that his thing got taken care of that quickly, but it could have been extremely bad for us. The methodology of breaking hex totems is only break a hex totem if you know what the hex is. Because if it doesn't say hex devour hurt, hex no one escapes death, hex ruin, then you shouldn't break any totems. Because it's most likely haunted grounds. Or if they're weird and just ran undying, useful if you just went around any type of, hustle or things like that, but that's extremely weird. You're running against a whole bunch of Michaelas or Michaelas or however you want to pronounce it. I guess Hexon down would be good. So I bet it's a deep boot. I'm going to ask you to not ever do that again in your life. He's somewhere around looking at me right now. Is he going to team up? Is that what the Claudette now? He really wants that Claudette booty. And he's getting that stock and applying pressure at the same time. This guy is going to be terrifying if he finds me. I should drop that out. Nope, she already dropped it. Never mind. I can't save it. I can, however, finish this gin and see if I can get close enough. Kendrick helps too. Oh, he's seen me. And he's trying to stalk me as opposed to chase me. You didn't scratch the mirror. Really? Did you really have to run in a straight goddamn line? When he's right the goddamn thing. God damn it. God damn it, you guys. This Kindred is fucking saving my bacon right now. I'm dead. Oh, that extra lunge distance got me. All because she elected to come running out of this area and not letting me escape his gaze and go for this borrowed time save. She did that. She saw through Kindred where I was and where he was. Why would you ever approach this situation like that? Screwed me over. Now this person's gonna get level 2 or tier 2 when I could have swooped in and saved her for the borrowed time activation while he was walking away looking for her. If we weren't so far ahead, I'd say this is basically lost. This person's about to get camped in tunnels, probably for the L. Nope, what a nice guy. He didn't go for the tunnel. He's not even trying to build a stock meter either. You having the them blues. They let 2 of us get to level 2. Oh my lord. What in the world? And you're about ready to trade and kill me. Don't drop the pallet. Just leave. Just leave. Just leave. Stop playing games with him. Just leave. Kill Shack's right behind you. You don't have the skill set to get this saved. You don't have the skill set to get this saved. Please just leave. You're at a beast in the pallet, going for the unopened. Wonderful. That is survive with friends for you. Right there. I was used as bait and left for dead. It's over now. Don't even worry about it. I'm done. I'm going to do right and all of that because of this poor play. I had a plan, and when I went to use said plan, it got screwed over by the other survivor. Afterwards, she traded, so I didn't have the time to stop, pop my syringe, and get any type of speed from him. Or any noticeable speed, he still would have caught me. What a waste. absolute waste. But you can't have good survivors that are knowledgeable about the game and every game. It sucks that it has happened, but it is what it is. I have other syringes. The other attachment's gone, however. But I got another syringe. It was also the loudest joint I've ever heard in my life. I should exit this lobby right now. Because I think these two are survivor friends, possibly even all three. But I'm going to say that this system might make him different. These two both joined together and they readied up together. They're definitely SWF. I should leave this lobby, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to keep in mind that if one of them goes down, I should try to stay alive for as long as possible till they're in good shape. Or I'm probably going to die. I don't know. I'm upset that my plan didn't get a chance to be born into fruition. I had the plan. I had the juke. I stayed tight to that wall. Made him question where I went or not. As soon as I got to the other side, I had that pallet, and then I had the borrowed time as well as space. So even if he had came back over or anything like that, and I would have went down afterwards, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. Because that entire loop was active. As long as she got away and I kept his attention, I could have either rehopped the pallet if he went around and tried to get us, or if he did break it, I could have headed out in a different direction, or just reused the same loop that was over there by me, and looped him for a little bit longer, eventually getting to Killer Shack, which is decent placement, that map, because it was by a cornfield. Round 2. I hate this map as a killer and as a survivor, even when I'm using Doctor. You joking. You joking with me now, Dead by Daylight, huh? You jokes. I like your jokes. Even when I'm using Doctor, as I was gonna say, in Cold Wind Farm, I still hate this map. This game has jokes. I didn't think that hit me here. I don't know why, because it obviously goes upstairs. Doctor main, by the way. Where did he go? I should have used my dead hard when I knew he wasn't taking that take. He doesn't have confidence in his lunges, which doctors... The doctor has a very weird, because he's a power killer, he has a very weird lunge. That it's not... It's the same as other killers, but it's not necessarily the same as other killers, because he's a taller killer. Like with Ghostface, I can get a more solid and distant hit than I can with Doctor. Yeah, as soon as I first faked, I should have that heart attack to that window. Okay, I'll just kill myself. Remember what I said about SWF, their friend being in trouble, and then, yeah. That proves it right there. Those two are SWF, and since his buddy's in danger, he's gonna go for the rescue, as opposed to doing the right thing and healing me after unhooking me. Now you're both in trouble. Could possibly be a 3-man SWF. And if it is a 3-man SWF, I need to stay and do gems while they go for the unhooks. We don't need to stack up all of us to try to get this one unhooked. We need pressure. How do you get pressure for unhooks? Is by doing generators. She ran them. Both of them are now safe. They definitely should heal in basement before coming out. It's the most sensible thing to do. But let's see what happens. Hopefully he comes in our direction. I now know that he don't fall for fakes, or he's too slow for fakes. So I'll just go ahead and do the bolts and all the things instead of trying to fake them out. Oh, they're definitely SWF. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. What have you done? He got confused by his own hallucination and then hit me from behind him. Excuse me? Really? You son of a bitch. Why are you even here while I'm fucking looping him in the goddamn house? I fucking hate you people. And she's up here. What the actual fuck are these people doing? What? What do you mean I'm looping him house and everybody's in house? The one at the top of the house wasn't even doing any type of gems. The other guy running through the house, injured, I might add, is a freaking idiot. It's definitely an SWF. Because he's probably on his way up to try and help her at the top of the house, but ruin my loop. I don't have time to heal. Well, I was gonna sit in this corner and snap out of it, but cool. This just keeps getting better and better. I'm gonna 99 my tier 3. So he can't just re-inflict it immediately on me with another static shot. He'll probably hit me with it immediately after hurting me. But I need time on this gym. She ruined that probably upstairs area, so that sucks. But it is what it is. Finally decided to be smart and pick that door. Oh, he got me on the feet. To me, it makes sense, but there's no other direction for me to go. But back in or back to where he was. Alright. Tilted Chi-Chi. Very tilted Chi-Chi. Coldwind Farms, not it, Chief. If you give it to me again, actually, where are my add-ons? I don't play enough map add-ons. You ain't got a good survivor team. Coldwind Farms, just a straight up killer. Sure. While that loads, I will be right back. Alright, back to some more tilt deleting gameplay. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Been going on for 4 hours 53 minutes. This will probably be the last Dead by Daylight match. Freddy Krueger's map, Springwood, baby, with a huntress. Her tear radius is long AF. That was terrifying. I thought she was still over there. Then you turn, the next thing you know, Meg's getting just the absolute dog doo-doo slapped out of her. I felt that impact. Oh, come on. I should have made it around that. I don't know why I didn't immediately vault when I dropped that back over. I'd have been fine. Also, are you gonna eat pretty, girl? Yeah. Your lunges seem extra spicy, right? One person running right in her sight. Scratch more. Lasts for 10 seconds, by the way. So it's stated, I should say. You need the juice? Yeah, you need the juice. You gave me the BP. If she comes, I would have just taken that hit during that time. Which I believe is 8 seconds. Could be wrong. It's been a while. Have you ever done something and then immediately just regretted it?
Wow!
You always had you before. Don't have to worry about Patrick flying on the chase. They're not very they're not very confident in the ability to get away, I was gonna say, but that was a heck of a throw. I guess I did run in a straight line and ask for that. But they play like any other huntress. They're gonna always throw ahead. And basically, so they're gonna look for the hatchet third edge pallet. They're gonna look for the hatchet third edge. And if they're running a straight line, they're gonna look for the hatchet third there. As long as in a straight line, going in your window, in your pallet, you basically aren't gonna get any hatchet thirds. Despite me talking crap and getting hit. No. 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 I'm gonna wait till she gets here. I'm gonna dead hard and you're gonna get hit. Is what's gonna happen here. I can play this game. She's either gonna throw a hatchet or she's going to come up and take a swipe. I'm gonna dead hard. It's gonna hit you, buddy. Unless I severely fuck this up, which I doubt I will. And it's gonna slap into you. You started this game, buddy. Kinda hoping she'd come back. Especially if she threw a hatchet. If she threw a hatchet, it was stuff. He was taking a hit. Everything's connected, right? Yeah, there's a door there. So that's connected. That side's the side that has the pallet, or is it this side? No, that side has the pallet. Yeah, that side definitely has the pallet. Both sides are connected. They gotta be, right? And that side is the pallet. I gotta investigate this. That side definitely has the pallet. No, there's a wall there. This side definitely has the pallet. And then a hole down. Ah, yeah, that's where this generator sits here. That you can work on by yourself. I remember. This generator's usually the one person. Gotcha. Everybody is basically healthy. So, I'm just not going to risk anything. It's the last game. Why not drop the W? Gotta risk it for the biscuit. I just ran from over there. And he was going for a trade instead of doing that. So now we can't even go over there. You gave her the ability to camp over here. So the only thing I can do right now is find this thing and work on it. I'm not. I'm going to go ahead and take this trade and go down because I'm kind of glad this match is going to be. But generally, we don't do it. Make up your mind, maybe. Nice. I gotta get a spank in there too since we're doing it. I had to spank it to keep the meme on. She spanked it again. I feel less tilted now because I had it on your hand and got that. Alright, and that is the end of the Dead by Daylight franchise. And we just do your basic check. Sound check good. Regular check good. Right. Your mic check, sound check, regular check. All checks out. I want to leave that up because if I launch Rocket League with that down, it loves to crash my overclocking program, which is incorporated to these AMD user experience or whatever you want to call it. Radeon software. Yep. And now it's overclocking properly. And I should be able to play Rocket League for the most part. I did that without a lot of lag. Yep, I broke that. What happened is the Rocket League emblem went up on its own and I was hovering over it to make it show the little preview. That and my computer needs an upgrade. I need to upgrade its RAM. I want to run dual channel because I would love to run 24. And just use what I have in there and then just add to it, but I guess I could just run why not go 32? I don't know. Why would you go for any type of demo there when the ball is heading towards your goal? Like, people just go for demos just cause he missed the ball, drove all the way down to our side, took one of our corner boosts, and immediately took a swipe at me. All of that time, you could have been helping your teammates, or at least being open for a pass or something like that. Like, I just don't understand. I don't understand times two. Times 3. Times 4. Times 5. Did I D-rank? What has happened? Move out of the way of him. Why with all three of us in the corner? Great pass, I guess. That should have went differently. What rank is this? I'm so confused. This feels so awkward. Goes for an immediate demo and then to pick up our corner boost. It's almost like clockwork. Take this so he can't pick it up and immediately go for another demo. And another just... There you go. Sensational goal. That's what it was. Slow boys. I don't need to follow that. Yep. No need to follow it, bro. It's on target. They should not be scoring. What is actually happening? I mean, I played a couple of games with friends and we lost like 4 or 5 in a row, but Jesus, didn't think it'd affect my rank that much. He's already looking for a demo in the bump. No, that's not that guy. Yep, there it is. That's what we wait to find. I guess you're good in that. And since that guy went for a demo, this dude's left all alone. I should have pushed that, but I elected to fake. There was no reason for me to fake there. He just wasted all of his boost getting a double demo, but it worked because my teammate wasn't paying any attention. I literally just would bash you, dog. But he literally used all of that boost and went so far into our line. If that demo didn't work, they were screwed. But all of that stemmed from me not making that challenge earlier when I had a clean challenge. And he just easily finessed the ball past him. These things. Why are you going for a challenge here like this? He's behind the ball following it. Fake it. Do something. Don't just push it into him. Especially if you don't know what's behind you and if you can afford that. Don't even care about that. Teammate put this in a very bad situation for me, but we have to play it. If he passes it, we're golden. Nope, he went for the single play. Which is fine if he has time. If that guy that was behind me wasn't trying to demo me and do all the things he was doing and actually paid attention, that pass wouldn't have worked, or that play wouldn't have worked. It wasn't a pass. Thank you. No! I was about to say they're probably not going to save it anyway, but no! He passed it right to him. Every goal, dude. Open nets and passing right to them. He had all the time to control that. There's only one angle he had to hit it into your goal. Stick your car in front of it. Well, at least he saved it. Immediately going for a demo. What else is new? You need one more touch. We got bumped. Notice how I'm not even going for demos or that easy win. Nope, you don't get boost. But notice how I'm not even going for the easy demos that are presented to me. I'm just letting them do their thing. I could have easily demoed them out of this. Shouldn't have hit that up. That's to him. They're bad though, so I guess you can get away with those. I'm loving it. Yup. Nope, should have been free control to somebody. Nah, I have to go for a bump there because my teammates aren't reliable. Why are you flying by me, son? I'm actually glad I didn't put that on target, because we would have been screwed. Fake that. Nope. He put it back in front of goal by challenging that. Don't know what you're doing right now, but stop it. Doesn't matter. All three of us are up. That's cool. They don't have any pressure on goal. No wonder they keep going for demos. Holy crap. Oh my god. Look how terrible they are. Holy. Look at this. They've had ball control and ain't really put anything on target, and nobody's been in position to score. They're just touching it at this point, is what's happening. Now I understand why they're going for demos and all of that. And you ruined my straight-in shot, because he was out of position. That would have been game right there. Cool, and he about blocked it, or maybe deflect that off of him, and back into our own goal. Hello. Boink. What do you know? Wasn't a good shot on target. Teammates on wall for whatever reason. Right over him, no problem. The only way you're going to score, guys, is if you either get me out of position or you get some sick, nasty demo on me. That's about the only way that's going to happen. Also, if you're going to go for demos, don't have a loud demo like, or a loud boost like that guy, who's literally... Yep. Thank you. Easy clear. The teammate kept it to where I couldn't turn to intercept that ball, by the way. There's Mr. Loud Boost again. He's passing. Don't hit me. So that guy's used all of his boost, and if it's shot, yep, they can't get there in time. No, bro, just let me take control of the ball for once. Jesus. I'm there. I have control. Stop putting me in those positions. No, that wasn't a good game. That was them trying to get non-stop demos and then score afterwards because they had no game to push the balls forward in the first place. I hate awkward lobbies like that. Those people ended up in whatever MMR this is when they didn't deserve to be in it. Oh great, round 2. So if I'm seeing all of these titles and everything like Blizzard, Wizard, and Florida Destroyer, that means they're champ 1-ish probably, tops. So in one night, I went from facing GCs and having good matches to just champ 1s. Oh, I did not touch that? What? Oh. Nope, don't turn back on that. It's back in their corner, and they're gonna get a free clear because of it. Yep. Guess I gotta go for something. Interesting clear. I'll put it up. Hopefully he follows it. Nobody followed it. The whole point I put it up was that it was going to be awkward for them and easy for us. Nope, he didn't land on wall like I hoped he was going to. A noticeable difference between talent, I guess I'll say. Don't need to go for this. That's just going to pass it back out the mid. Oh, faked the heck out of me. I'm glad I didn't fully commit there. Fake it. Well, he pushed it into me. Teammate should have definitely been up a lot earlier if he was going to go for that. You pushed it away from me towards the wall for them to get more control. Now, after you pushed it away from me, you then turned and then left. Excuse me, sir. I don't know what game you're playing, but it's not the same game that I'm playing. It's a nice pass back. Makes it awkward for us. No, I wanted to hit it up. I didn't get full car contact in the back. I knew I should have won again. I trusted him. Should have reversed back ever so slightly and jumped to get the speed, and then just turned out to block that. But he went for it again, and I was like, I'll trust him. Shouldn't have come here. Shouldn't have trusted him. Block that. That's a very bad pass to them. They're... I can get control of this somewhat. If I can catch it for the second. Nope. That is not what you want to see there. That's fun. I don't know why you got to save for that, because that was not in. But sure. Bang. Boink. Bam, son! Don't know why you would ever cross that over your goal in the first place, but we take those. Shouldn't have flipped. Oh, I'm bad. That should have been a goal. That's fine. He's too slow to score that. Uh-huh. I have a lot of teammates behind me. Even if you get it over me, you got two more. As long as I don't smash it into him hard and give him that extra momentum, does not matter. Fake. Boost. Pick up. Send it. I didn't send it hard enough though, but it was almost sent. It's all you. I should have scored that. I seen it coming too. I wasn't 100% on the angle, but I knew it was going to be near me. I should have made the attempt to score that. Nice. We can actually score this. Oh, you hit it too far away. No, it was scoreable. Oh. Faking? Yup. Read your fake, buddy. Nope. Ah, I didn't mean to hold forward. It was a good pass back. No. Doink. Doink. Whoop. The panic. The sad thing is the guy who had the ball behind him, if he hadn't panicked and would have taken that small time to think about what's coming next, all he had to do was hold reverse. The back of his car would have bopped that out. Instead, he panicked and was like, I have to flip this. Like, you don't. Just back up, pop it back out. I lost my 100% MVP rate on stream, which is sad, but I'm not really counting this because this is not the ranks that I was playing on stream before. This is like 2 or 3 ranks lower. I trusted you. No, get off of me! And then I got knocked out of goal. Landed in front of me, and then the second guy knocked me out. What panic. What absolute panic. I was ready for it. Why do you... Why? Why? If you're trolling, let me know. But if this is serious play, you need some training. A lot of training. Okay. Just forfeit. It's done. Oh boy. Alright. I'll just abandon. I rarely abandon. There's not gonna be any penalty for me. I'm good. This is why not abandoning all the time comes into play. I'm not going to just sit here while this dude just literally tries to ruin the game for everybody else. At least not while I'm streaming. If I wasn't streaming, I really wouldn't care. Trying to give some sort of content, and us trying to push while this guy keeps hitting the ball backwards ain't good content. As to me bitching 24/7. God dang it, I just wanted to control the ball. I'm about to knock him out of the way to get some control. You're just passing it. Okay. Nope, I ain't going for that. Yep, I seen that coming. I got it. Okay. This guy is everywhere. Go. Cool story, bro. All right. Because he elected to hover instead of getting out and letting his teammate cover that, I was able to use him to my advantage as if he was my teammate. And then get that goal. Good demo. Oh, he missed. Oh. And there he is. He'd have got that Kookser. That'd have been insane. Teammate can grab that. Oh. I thought it was gonna be fast enough to where I wouldn't have to aerial backwards. Almost got a good pinch there. He decided to put it up high, which is interesting. Our teammate's way to the side for whatever reason. Why are you over there on the side? The ball wasn't going that fast. He needs one more strong hit. He's gonna fake him out. Fair enough. Nope, I don't need to touch that. I'll just save it for, or clear it for them. Nice fake. Should give us some sort of control. That's actually even more fun. Nope. It was fun. Till things happen. Let him hit it over you. There you go. Free ball control. We take those. I just need to cover goal. They got that. Just, that's it. Okay. Get that out. Dang, he passed it before I could hit the out. That's a shame. But even if I'd have got a pinch there, we would have been fine. But he hit it over me. And the other guy double committed with me instead of covering the other side of the net. I was beating speed and he was just out of position in general. Interesting touch. Nope. Pass it around. Guess I'm faking because he went for it too. Oh, not on target. He actually could have scored that if his teammates weren't interfering with every shot that he took. They're in a party too, which makes that even worse. So I hate playing with lower levels because it's a completely different play style you gotta get used to. And it's not very fast or anything that you need to learn about because it's just general bad play. I'm going to become less sharp. Couldn't hold. And my play style, because I'm stuck playing with these guys, and granted I have another account that I can play on that's higher level, but it's not the same. It's my try-hard account, you could say. I don't know why my teammate elected to jump for that, knowing he wasn't going to make that in time. Very bad 90, but it went to teammate anyway. And I'm going to keep faking, try to get him to hit it away from myself. Then just keep it up. That works too. I was just going to take it up and air dribble it, ceiling shot it, do whatever needed to be done to take it to ground for this win. So since these are very, very, very terrible games, I'm going to leave this off with a semi-high level drop shot, if you want to call it that. I mean, it's technically higher level drop shot. I think even being at Champ 2, or wherever I'm at, it's still, it's like a top 1% or something like that. Not a lot of people play it. You know what? Let's just leave it to chance. Whatever it picks, it picks. I should take a Rumble out of the equation, though. Rumble is super heavily populated. It's not fair to the rest. Plus, most people don't like Rumble play. At least the rank that I'm at, Rumble play. I can't say the rank that I'm at, because I think I'm still at somewhere around Champ 3. Even though I've only played 3 games. I don't know, I guess I'm a weird one when it comes to rank. Even though I know I can get Rumble GC fairly easy and keep getting it again and again and again, it just demotivates me. Teammate? I shouldn't have faked that. Yep. I trusted my teammate going for that. That he knew better than I did on that angle, and I faked it. I shouldn't have faked it. I should have went through with it. No, teammate! I needed that! It was perfect for an air dribble! Ah! Why are you even challenging our corner, bro, when I'm there? Pick up something to cover goal, just in case the worst case scenario happens. Why are you waiting for it to drop so low to go for it? Why are we double committing? Come on, teammate. You gotta figure yourself out here. You gotta figure yourself out. What are you doing? This guy is trolling at this point. Why in the world would you ever flip over me there, teammate? Why? Why you gotta troll? It's just gonna make me stay on this game longer and have to play another hoops match because of it. I did not mean to touch that a second time. Nope, we didn't touch it. Boom, 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 boom. I need to use my other arrow because I don't have time to use the other arrow to compensate for any mistakes. I passed that down, by the way. In hoops, it's kind of fine because the ball's super bouncy. Savage? Is that a pinch? Nope, he just kooks the heck out of that. Yup. He hit it backwards too, that's hilarious about that. Gotta touch it. Nope. Teammates already boosting in instead of waiting. I'm telling you, bro. Block that. What a play. Damn. Alrighty then. Well, okay then. I think I will save what little time I have left. And I'll just mosey on to the next game. Don't give me an XP reward for that. I didn't go to training, but I mean, what else is new here recently? Jesus Christ. Um, why is this here? Goodbye. Devo's known for double taps, right? Yeah, the leg. Let's go. Nope. Nope. It's the launch. There we... Nope. Then I sped up too much at the end. That's how you know when you're twisted or tilted. Boink. Ceiling shot. Take that. Doesn't matter. Get ready for this. He missed. What a save indeed. Because I was going to dunk that one. Bumped you down. You can't follow that. I mean, I'm there and I could have scored that. See what you can do. There we go. Oh, he get it away from you even with that mistouch. Not high enough. Oh. Okay, I left that one up to fate because I could not read where it was going. One more touch. Ah, I was hoping. Oh, that's an easy clear pickup. Yup. Dirty. Absolutely dirty. Boom. Funny how different things go when you have a better teammate. My air dribble. I understand styling, but wait till we're like 3 goals up. Hoops is kind of wishy-washy when it comes to things like that. Oh, I forgot the ball's harder. Or bounces more. That's my fault. I'm actually just gonna fake here. It's an air dribble. You take it. There you go. That's all you gotta do. Just give your teammate an opening to do something and hope they can do what they set out to do. Get that down because I know what he's going for. Easy pickup. I'm surprised he sent that instead of controlling that, but it worked for us nonetheless. Ooh. Put this to the side, force him to hit it up wall. Counter. I could have countered that better and scored off of that. You're fine. I'll let you score that. Or at least attempt to. I mean, you hit it too low. Nice save. I could have cleared that better. Oh, I was about ready to score that too. Oh, man. What a demo. A little bit off. It's so bouncy. I was faking, by the way. I wasn't actually going for that. I was hoping he'd read into the fake. No, no, no. Oh, thank God. Man, this bouncy ball kills me inside. I just need to keep him from hitting it out. Close. I respect what you're doing there. I'm just going to take control of this, avoid the demo. Yup. Make him hesitate a little bit. Cover teammate. Don't ask me what I was trying to do there. I just wanted to hit it. Well played, teammate. Teammate that's semi-knowledgeable about hoops. Things go so much easier as opposed to somebody who just don't know. That was a pretty nice game. We'll leave it at that because, well, I expected to get higher level games, but that's fun. It happens. Thank you for anybody who paid attention to my stream. I appreciate you. Always remember, and I will say it every time that I remember it, because it's that important. It's time to take hold of your life, and you can do that by supplementing your lifestyle.